Hey, chat. Sorry about that. So I thought I heard the heat on, and I'm like, I got my window open. It's not too bad outside, so just no. I'm not mad at you. I was just like, because I didn't realize we were already started. So they see me on screen, but it's muted talking to you. Yeah, no. I don't think you turned it on either. I think it just got cold enough tonight where it's like the house was like, oh shit, it's cold out. So no, I wasn't blaming you for it, babe. So, all right, guys. Anyways, hello. How are you guys doing? Okay, he's interrupting my Kinoine. Oh, Steve Ghazi stream today? Good. No, we started with a fight. No, there wasn't a fight. We were just trying to figure out what's going on because I thought the heat was running, but I couldn't tell. The Haitians are messing with the thermostat. And I'm ignoring chat in the stream. Well, why not? It's like you guys deserve my attention. So. Oh, Rhino confronted who? The troll doll and get everybody demonetized. Don't know what it is. It counts. October 5th, Sean officially had heat running. Oh, funny. Funny chat. Oh, hold on. I gotta grab the other camera. Hold on one second. Oh, well. All right, we're back. Sorry, guys. It's like 80 degrees. Where do I live in Ohio. I live right next to Lake Erie. It gets a little cold up here at some points. Yes, that's yes, Ag, you're right. That is the Australian guy on Flashcast with the cats. So playing Stardew Valley. Oh, Bella, I know who you're talking about. Oh, that guy. Fuck that person. And he says 50 Indian in a Harper. Wow. Abel says my family lost my mother-in-law this week. Well, depending on your family, that might be a good thing or a bad thing. Sounds like it's a bad thing the way you're talking about it. So I'm sorry for your loss. Thanks for the streams, keeping my wife and I with a smile and entertained. Well, I am flattered that's giving you guys something to do and something to laugh about, and hopefully you guys have good memories. And the neat thing is, those memories you made, they're yours. Nobody can ever take them away, and that's the cool part. All those moments, you get to keep them. So, sorry for your loss, but one day you'll be reunited again. And I'm not sure you want to hear this, Abel, but forever in the future. So, at some point, but that's just not right now. So yeah, guys, we've got the Dauntless going. We're gonna keep going on this now because we're in the groove on this. And it's actually not looking too bad. Hold on, what? Your mic changed. Oh, it did? All right, hold on. I hate it when it does this. All right, how about that? Is that better? Is that better for you guys? That should be. Well, I was saying you don't need Flash. You see, I like hanging out with Flash. I think Flashcast is fun. So I know you guys may not like it, but I enjoy going on there. I enjoy hanging out there. Sometimes, believe it or not, guys, sometimes it's fun to be on a show when you're not running the show. There's a lot to be said when you can just be like, I'm just gonna sit back and chill. Like, sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's nice if someone else is piloting or driving the car. The mic switched again. Yeah, that happens. That happens when I plug this in. I think we should be fixed now. Yeah, nice and crisp. Flash still likes Sean quite a bit. And I like Flash. We get along very well. So we get along very well. You need Viva's show. We need you on Viva's show for prime content. Well, yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. Oh. Anyways, I hope you guys had a great so far. Had a good week and a nice weekend. Hopefully it was quiet or you got a lot done. Hopefully it wasn't too crazy. You should troll the Barnes chat tonight. No, I don't encourage you guys. Don't troll people. You know, that's not going to be the first time Robert Barnes is going to be wrong about something. It won't be the last. And guys, don't troll. There's better things you can do with your life, I promise. End your time. I truly mean that. So don't go down that road. You can, screw with so many other people, so many other ways. And I don't encourage you to screw with people, but you get my point. There's so much more you can do with your time that's far more productive. And I hate this thing with the light because it gets all, you try to set it right, and now it's all freaking all out of spec here. Okay. Is this going to fix it? Yes, this will fix the problem. Okay. There we go. The problem with having floor-length curtains. Everything's in the way. So we had to reorganize in here just a little bit on the floor, mainly because it was getting out of control. Am I trying to interrogate chat? Yes. There we go. There we go. We got the light down there. Okay. We got anything new? Emails. Most of the crowd is over. Why do you have that? Why do you as a man have that light? Because this light was like $15 and I thought I needed one. So I'm like, okay, I needed a nice bright light. And in the middle of it, you take a piece of foil and you have it in there. So it's even better reflection. And then you'd have it bounce off the curtain. And that's how I get my lighting, guys. This is my lighting setup. My lighting setup is this and a multi-headed light that I've had forever with some cardboard hoods on it. That's all I've got. So Nico's saying what? Well, I'm trying to multicast this because I'd like people to, people want to hang out here and potentially criminal, great, but I'd like to get everybody over to the modeling bench channel, like, get that, like, so we can hang out over there. But people complain because they can't, like, do goofy shit on there. So we'll work on this. You have a lamp behind you too. Yeah, but that one's more of just for like ambiance and background lighting. So let us do some gay ops. Let us send them sandwiches. No. I don't want people doing that. I don't want people doing that. And no, guys, this doesn't have the phone holder in the middle. So Shelby says, what's the other channel? It is, well, hold on. I'll bring it. God, I gotta find the link now. Hold on. It is here. Why is it not working? Come on, YouTube, you're killing me. There it is. You're wondering where it is. It's this bad boy right here. And I'd like to use that at some point. So we're trying to work on that. So that's where, if you're wondering, that's where we're going. And also, however you even watch Shower Quota, I don't actually know because I've got way too many subs to get to. So, but with that said, hold on, guys. I got to grab what we got over on Friday. So, I got a nice model sent in, and we're going to work on this probably at some point coming up. after we finish the F-35 Iconoclast and the Dragonfly, J-Rock, we are going to work on Pow! A Gundam. So this should be fun. Looking forward to it. Comes with all kinds of stuff. It looks like I don't even have to paint it. I don't know. But if I do, that'll be fun. Maybe I'll paint it anyway. I don't know. But yeah, this will be a lot of fun. So, thank you very much for sending this. I don't know if that person wants me to say who they were, but thank you so very, very much. This is a lot of fun. This is going to look like it's going to be a lot of fun. I have not done Gunpla before, but we will be starting it. So, yes. You have to paint it. We demand airbrush time. Oh, we will. We will. So, and I'm going to switch this over. I'm never getting the Killdozer build. Well, I got to find the bulldozer thing again. So, I got to find the bulldozer, have to find the bulldozer, model again. So, here we go. Anyway, we are going to start with this. And some updates on the Dauntless, where we are right now. So, we're going to start with this because I know some of you guys were wondering. So, put the wings on. Underneath, looks like $1 million. The weird thing was there's such a big cavity under here when I was working on it. I had to shove some epoxy putty in here. You mix it together, it hardens up. And you had to shove it under here so that way it would stay flat. And then I had to do a little bit of epoxy putty just to like give it a little bit of flatness. I know that's probably going to ruin some of the panel lines, but oh well, I just needed it not to look like shit. So we did that, and you can still see there's a bit of I could still feel it with my fingers, but at least now when you try to sand on it, this isn't flipping and flopping everywhere. So that's an update there. And then here is the cockpit. Focus, here we got to use. Here is the cockpit. There you go. So you can see inside the cockpit. I'll try to take some better pictures for locals if you guys want to see them. Or maybe I'll take some better pictures and post them on here on YouTube. But you guys can see inside the cockpit. So there you go. We'll get you on this side of it too. So the seat belts did not turn out as good as I thought they would. But it's my first time playing with photo etch, so now I know for the future. Then here's the back half of the plane. So there we go. So we got But anyways, that's where we are. Is this RC? No. No, this is not remote controlled. This is just building a model. So. Oh, you set up at the farmer's market and had a lot of people bring in knives to sharpen. Well, there you go. I'm glad you were getting people in. Costing Bag says, looks cool. It's criminal that we're flying these to the end of the war. I would rather have flown this than a Helldiver. People didn't like the Helldiver, so I would have rather flown this than the Helldiver. You might be thinking of the predecessors, the Vindicators. Those were bad. So, and now we're going to get ready to put on the rears. This one's got it. It's interesting because on these, I had to take a piece of drinking straw and cut it flat and because these slots are not tight depending on which side you're on. So had to do that a little bit. So now we're going to get ready to put these in and we're going to keep going. All right. Fatty Catty, how you doing? Yes, I did miss you. I missed everybody. And Colostomy bag. Been a member for 9 months. Shot my suppressor today. It fornicates hard. Good to know, man. Well, congrats on enjoying your suppressor. Hopefully it's many, many more days of that going forward. And a lot of pew, 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 pew for you. I mean, as many pew, 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 pews as you're hoping for. And may you never have a baffle strike. May Allah bless you with no baffle strikes. That's the most important part. So you don't want any of those. All right, so we got this like yeah. Wait, do I have the wrong? Oh, I think I put this on the. I think I took these out on the wrong sides. No, yeah, there we go. All right. Wait, no, I think I had these on the right way. Oh, yeah, because that one fits like a glove, and this one's still a little slightly loosey-goosey. There we go. A little bit of glue squeeze out. It's okay. Never hurt nobody. All right, good. So we're going to slide this back in here because it's really far in there. There we go. So those are done. Did I take Clyde to see Joker 2? No, I did not. I've heard it's really, really bad. 10 Oct says, what's a baffle strike? Ooh, okay. Let's see here if I can bring, you know what, we'll do, well, this is dry and we'll bring it up here. And do a little paint. MS Paint. All right. Hold on here. Present, share screen, Windows, Paint. All right. Okay, guys. So what is a baffle strike, you ask? All right. The way a suppressor works, or a silencer, whatever you want to call it, we're going to do this here. It's a big, long tube. All right. And then here is the gun barrel itself. And the way these work is we're going to do a little cross-sectional here. All right. So a gun has a bunch of threading on the end of the muzzle or on the barrel. Sometimes these sleeve over the barrel, way down the barrel. But anyways, the suppressor threads on. The silencer threads onto the gun. Eventually, once you get into the silencer, you have what are called baffles. And they're literally they're actually nowadays advanced machining. You have what are called K baffles because they're in the shape of baffles. I would show you guys them, but I'm sure YouTube would shit itself if I did. So anyway, you've got these. Basically, you have objects that are metal of some sort nowadays Back in the day, they used to be a. Actually, hold on here. We're gonna do. It's probably easier just to go line. Yeah, here we're gonna cheat here. You'd have a bunch of these chambers. And back in the day, like World War II, and even up through a part of the Cold War, there would just be stacks of rubber that were round because the suppressor is round. And you would literally shoot through them with the bullet. The bullet would shoot a hole through them, and that would help make part of the sound reduction. So anyways, a modern day suppressor has a bunch of chambers, and they're separated by what are called baffles. Now, on a modern suppressor, it is in line with the bore, and the bullet goes, just through these because there's a big hole in them. And the way they're set up, more or less, as things go, and this is very simplified, chat. This is very simplified. So, the way this is set to happen is the bullet is supposed to go straight through here without any problem at all. Just shoop right out the barrel. All right. And as it goes out the barrel this way, the gases expand into these chambers as it goes along. And that expansion of the gases is sound and heat. So if you guys have ever watched on YouTube or anywhere else, suppressors get hot really quick. You can cook bacon on them very quickly. Like you shoot 30 rounds out of an AR-15, it's going to be scalding hot. It'll burn your fingers. Whereas with an AR-15, you could shoot and the barrel probably won't be that hot. But anyways, it shoots and these gases expand in here. And this is my interpretation of gases expanding. And that's why there's very little sound or a great sound reduction with it, because all that energy, the explosion, the muzzle blast, is getting used up ahead of time. So that's what happens there. It's also why there's a reduced visual signature as well. So anyways, that's what's supposed to happen. Now, every once in a while, because, for example, if you damage the threading, if the threads get damaged, if down here the threads get damaged, or you dent the end of the suppressor, or let's say that these threads were not machined properly, so instead of sitting perfectly at a perfect angle, chat, it sets a little canted. So instead of being perfect, instead of it being like a perfectly straight line like this, it's off a little and it goes like that off the muzzle. Okay, so remember, if it's going straight down the barrel, that wasn't good. If we're going straight down the barrel, we're good to go. But if we're canted a little bit, it might go like this, just enough that it hits the end of the baffle right here. And a baffle strike leaves a bullet-sized hole because it'll tear that out. Sometimes you might hit the baffle right here and the bullet shoots out the side of your can. That can happen. That's a baffle strike. A baffle strike is fatal to the suppressor because that tells you something's wrong with the suppressor or your mounting system. And that mounting system means the threading on your, whatever weapon. And sometimes when you have a baffle strike, the suppressor shoots off your gun like a grenade launcher. It'll shear the threading. It'll break it. It can damage it. A lot of things can happen. So baffle strikes are really bad. Usually that suppressor's trashed. You have to return it to the manufacturer and they can fix it. But it's never a good thing. It's never a good thing. So you'd never want a baffle strike. And I hope that makes sense. Baffling commentary. Means your Pringles can is ruined. Yes. Yeah, you got a really shitty ammo, but that's generally not the issue anymore. Foley says, I think I became an attorney to keep myself out of jail versus my clients out of jail. I mean, what better motivation to make it work right? Muralist says that expansion of gas has reduced the power since they're not driving the projectile down, though, as confined a barrel. Not really, because remember, if it came out the muzzle and all that explosion happens, you don't really lose that much muzzle velocity. Does that make sense? And I don't know if that makes any sense, because if you came out the muzzle, they're still propelling the bullet. It's just now you're taking all that energy, that blast. You're just deadening the blast. But the bullet's already doing the same thing. In fact, there's a belief, and there's some anecdotal stuff from people using suppressors. You're adding on, and guys, when I explain how this works, those baffles in the bullet is basically flying down an extended barrel. There's just no rifling. It's a very, very tight fit. There isn't a lot of room in the baffles for the gun to move. It's about the size of the bullet. That's all you're talking about here. So, I don't know if I can show a K baffle. Let me see if I can show it. A suppressor baffle here. I don't know if I can show any of these. But anyway, you guys need to think of these baffles as being very tight on the bullet. So a lot of people have argued, and there's been videos of people using them, you get a little extra distance because it's like a little more stabilization for the bullet. It's not exposed to all the conditions outside yet. So it doesn't really take that much off the can. The can doesn't really take much off of your shot. So that's why extreme long range people, they're using them more and more and more and more and more. The military's using them more and more and more and more and more. It doesn't change anything. It's just a very good hearing device. So some of my Twitter is a fluid simulation of a suppressor. Oh, hold on. Oh, what's up, suck boy? Let me check here real quick. Let me see if I could find it. That might work. And if you guys don't know who's oh, here you go. Perfect. This will work. Yes, this will help a lot. We're going to use this here instead. Share screen. Here you go, guys. Okay. So this is a suppressor. Actually, I'm going to open it in a new image so I can draw on it too. So, guys, the bullets flying. These are the rifling right here. Oh, you can't see that. Down on this end right here is the rifling. And the bullet engages that at a very tight. It's tight. So this notice how big the barrel is and the diameter of the bore. And from here to here, it's the same distance as here to here. It's a very tight fit. So the bullet's like that big. It's like all up in there. It's like a Jamaican bullet. Anyways, it's that big, Chad. It's huge as it goes down the barrel. And yeah, this is a pretty good thing that Tony put together. You know, here's how it expands. And as it goes, it's getting cooler and cooler and quieter and quieter. And it's burning up all that energy. If you guys have never, you want somebody cool to follow, Suckboy Tony does a lot of good DIY stuff with guns, including some electronic stuff, which is really neat. Very, very cool. Very cool. So I would highly recommend him. Thanks, Tony. I appreciate it. Yes, because there's such little room around the bullet, yes, any misalignment will create a problem. Charlie, I'm not commenting on those rumors. Check DMs. Yep, we got her. Hold on. Where was somebody asking? Have you shot a bolt action Lee Enfield? Yes, I have one. I have a 1916 if I'd show it to you if I could. I have a 1916 manufacturer Enfield SMLE. It's neat. Probably did some World War One shit. Would be a lot of fun, but I don't know the full story behind it. But yes, some pretty cool condition. So yeah, it's 108 years old. It's pretty cool. Not all of it, because I bet it's been re-arsenaled in the meantime. But yes, I think they're neat. I think they're pretty cool. Dell's asking, could you put a suppressor on a musket or a black powder gun? You can. You run into issues though, like that ball is, it's got to be rifled. That would help a lot, but I'd argue they still have issues with a baffle strike. But you could do it. It would get fouled up very, 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 very quickly. But you could theoretically, you could suppress black powder, but it's going to be tough. There are integrally suppressed muzzle loaders nowadays, but those are you're shooting like a modernized muzzle loader, shooting like modern bullets with modern powder. If you're thinking of like going back to the Revolutionary War and figuring out how to thread on a suppressor or a silencer onto like a Kentucky long rifle, or like in the Last of the Mohicans, long carabine running around going, Pachoo! That's not really going to work that way. But you could do it. It's just not the. I mean, you can, but it's not optimal. It's not optimal. And then you run into the issue of like having to reload it through the muzzle. I mean, think about it, because if you have a black powder gun and you're reloading every shot, you're going to have to figure out how do you get the patch and ball or your projectile down the barrel every time. Now, with modern inline muzzle loaders, that's not an issue because you could do it in the back. But like if you're trying to take like a flintlock and make it suppressed, that would be really fucking hard to do, because you'd have to then, how do you get powder down the barrel? And then you have to ramrod it. Well, now you ram it, you're introducing baffle strike issues, because now you could damage your baffles. So you could, but it's kind of like, in Hunt for Red October, it's like, could you launch a missile sideways? He's like, yes, but I don't know why you would want to do it. It would be really tough. I hope that answers it. And Tony probably already answered it ahead of here. Gabriel, let's go back in time with an MG42. That would be fun. Anyways, I think that's dried enough. We can move on, guys. All right. Say ramrod again. Yeah. Yeah, you can, but like I said, I don't know why you'd want to. It would be a lot of work. Unless you're like, if you're not doing modern techniques and modern equipment. Yeah, if you guys want to help me out, especially like the watch hours and stuff, watch the modeling channel, and then we can fuck around on here and just mute that one. Substock ammo on the silencer, yep. Otherwise, it still helps. You're taking some of the bite out of the sound, but yes, if you're not shooting subsonic ammo, you still need hearing protection, but it still helps. A suppressor is great because it distorts your sound. It's not easy to pinpoint. It reduces muzzle flash. There's a lot of reasons why you would still shoot supersonic ammo and it not be suppressed. So, all right. Anyway, we got the stabilizers on. Let's see where we are right now. Also, Tony, by the way, if you're here still, I tried it last year and I thought it was fun. I'm probably going to do like a spooky ghost gun carving stream over on Rumble if you'd like to join. It could be like 3D printing stuff or something, but I think it'd be kind of fun to do that way. Okay, so all right, we need to restart from the beginning. Okay, so what did we get done so far? All right, so Step 1, you cut a hole in the box. Done. 2, you put the junk in that box. 3, you make her open the box. And that's the way you do it. It's my dick in a box. All right. 5. Done. 6 is done. 7, done. 8, well, this part's, yeah, we'll consider that all done. 8, D14, the tail hook. So it can land. It's going to be out hooking, chat. It's got to earn that money. It's got to earn that money. Also, I went ahead and did the, when I did the radial earlier, got it going, did some panel marking fluid on there. Actually worked real good on that. All right, D14. Oh, right there. Oh, also, I'm getting better nippers. I ordered some, chat. Don't worry. I won't use these on the Gundam. I promise. Okay. What's that? Oh, I know. I might. Well, there's some special ones for, like, there's Gunpla approved nippers. It's almost funny you're talking about nippers and Gunpla because it's all Japan. And you're like, the nippers. You know, speaking of nippers, this was a nipper remover right here. Let me tell you what. In its day. Char, 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 char. And Tony, yeah, it would be really fouling. Yeah, the fouling would just be atrocious. And guys, the fouling, if you don't know what that means, when black powder is shot, a lot of the black powder doesn't burn up. It's a very dirty method of ignition. Smokeless powder, for the most part, is generally burned up when you shoot it. And smokeless powder is modern gunpowder. It still leaves behind carbon deposits, but it's not as bad as gunpowder. Gunpowder is actually really, really, really bad about it. There's tons of it behind. So that's why eventually, like, you can't shoot like black powder weapons. Like, after a while, if you shoot it too much, the gun will just get too much crud inside of it, and then you're screwed. And then you got to clean it out. So, like, especially like in the Revolutionary War, like cleaning your gun, you would take your gun, take it apart, and basically you'd boil it and get all the crap out at times if you could afford to do that. It's really tough. Oh, it says, well, absolutely sounds like fun. Yes. Hold the planet makes some noises. He needs to finish quick. Who needs to finish quick? Me and finishing quick are not in the same sentence. Anyways. There we go. Suckboy Twins. I like dog in the corner. Dog in the corner. What? There's no dog in the corner. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Did the Haitians get Clyde yet? No. Myself, Sean, don't like Japanese people. Oh, I do. I just remember as a kid growing up, and the old comment had a dog in the corner. Ah. But yes, no, I remember as a kid growing up, and people would be like, old people would be like, "Oh, the goddamn Jap don't buy no Mitsubishi in this damn house," and you're like, "Whoa." I guess not. And I'm like, you're a little kid, you learn about Pearl Harbor, and you're like, oh, wow, yeah, I guess I understand why they're fucking mad. It's back. The dog. Oh, J-Rock's dog. Okay. Okay, so, God, that fits tight in there. There we go. I almost don't need glue. A lot of old ranchers out here still call pheasants chinks. I've heard old people like calling. I've heard that term for pheasants like once only. I've never heard that routinely done as chinks. Their prime ministers had it coming. Yeah, yes, that dog passed away a while ago. I think his name was Coco. I think you said before, J Rock. The Chinese ring-necked pheasant, also known as ditch parrots. See, that was what they were called, right? I heard that term more than once. Ditch parrots. Pheasants are hilarious because if you go to like a pheasant hunt and you go to like a pheasant like a ranch where they're doing them, and I've done a couple of those, they are fucking hilarious because the pen raised pheasants, they actually there we go. So the way it works with pheasants is they take pheasants, and when you go to the pens, like when you're out there waiting to get ready to go hunt, there's like they have millions of them in these pens ready to go, and they put little like basically it looks like the little things from when you get a bag of bread. They put the little plastic clip on. They put that over their beaks, so there's like these like 300-400 pheasants walking around in a pen, and they've got these like little green and yellow things on their face, so they can't look straight ahead. And it's so they can only look outside to the left and the right, but they'll still peck at the ground and everything. And the reason why they do that is because the pheasants will start fucking with each other, and they'll like one of them will start picking at one, and then all the pheasants start fucking attacking it. They'll kill, like it'll be like they'll gang up and like peck one of them to death and attack one. It does happen. Pretty interesting. I've never seen it in person, but they do. Maddie says, "Why not paint this before attaching it?" Because this will be easy enough. Like when I get to the end, I can, I got little brushes. That'll be all right. Like I have no problem airbrushing the whole bottom white and then just giving this a different color. Same thing like with the wheel. I could do the wheel. I can just paint the whole thing white and then paint it later. Had to help my uncle strip and clean a pheasant. Well, pheasants are weird though, because when you kill them, they don't like they still twitch and stuff, and you wring their neck, and they're still kind of alive. So then you take them, and you're basically like Petey Pabloing it, and you're like swinging around your head like a helicopter by the neck, and they still don't like stop dying. Sometimes pheasants are weird, man, but they're fun to hunt. And the thing is, when you're hunting pheasants, the best part about hunting pheasants is like it's a group activity. It's a social event. You're kind of walking along and you're walking along and John Doe is saying not naming it Silent but Deadly was World War II's greatest tragedy. No, they called it Slow but Deadly. That was what they called it. A lot of the pilots jokingly referred to it as that. But yes, with the pheasants though, you go out with a group of guys and you're kind of like it's an event. It's not like deer hunting where you're out in the woods on your own. It's actually a lot of fun. I highly recommend it if you get the chance. Because you can do it as a group. You can kind of duck hunt as a group, but you have to be quiet. If you're goose hunting, you have to be quiet and you're laying down in like a field blind. All right, so we need to do the machine guns into the cowling. Not AC cowling, but just the cowling. So D13 into A5. Okay. But yeah, if you guys, doing even pen raised pheasants is not bad. It's not cheap though. Holy cow, I can tell you that much. But it's a lot of fun if you get to do it. All right, there. Some people usually ask what we're doing. Oh, yeah, it was a fart joke, John. I'm just saying. You're kind of like, sorry, we're doing it actually here. Taylor Cook says, I'm here for the unstabilized oopsie poopsie and the 56 plus FPS. Oh, well, thank you. All right. A non-young hero for $2 says, Sakar Ramrod. All right, so we got to get the machine guns off here. Oop, wrong side. Okay. And see, I don't need clips because it's already there. D13. All right. I like how undetailed these are because it's like, well, you're not using, nobody's ever going to see them. So come on, focus, you fuck. Focus. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what these look like because they're getting shoved in a cowling. Okay. So Alabama lost tonight. That's got to suck. No more Todd rolling in, I guess. What else happened in football today? Pheasants are fun until they run. Yeah, that is kind of a letdown when you're pheasant hunting. Sometimes they're just like, especially when you're doing pen raised ones, because the way it works is the guys go out ahead of you and you're hunting like a series of fields, and they'll go out ahead of you and they have like a gator loaded or a side by side loaded down with a bunch of them in crates, and they'll take them and set them in the grass and get them disoriented, and they'll sit there waiting for you to come by. Well, what happens at times is the pheasants sometimes like just get up and start walking around, and you're hunting, and all of a sudden this pheasant's like do 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 do. Hey, what's up? And the dogs that the dogs that you have helping to flush out are kind of like, what the fuck? And even you're like, what? And you just see like pheasants just like walking along, or the dogs flushes them out, and instead of flying away, it's running around on the ground. And you're like, well, fuck, I can't shoot it because I don't want to hit the dogs. But it's funny. It's almost not a whole lot you can do about it. And every once in a while, the pheasant gets free into the woods. And I've also been on hunts before where your pheasant gets loose, and then like the guys in your group kill somebody else's group killed your bird. But it's like it's not really like an etiquette thing because it's. Oh wait, how does this go? It's not that big a deal because it's kind of like, well, if you didn't kill them, I'll kill them. Especially if they've gone on to like somewhere you were just at. Because sometimes, like the places that do this, they own multiple fields in an area, but you're generally like not like the only people around. It's like you're at the Yellowstone Ranch or some shit. I can't watch you anymore, Sean. My sleep doctor wants me to go to bed by midnight in order to change my biological clock. There you go. Arizona's losing badly. That sucks. Yeah, I know Michigan lost today. It's fucking embarrassing. USC, though, lost, and Bama and Missouri. Wow, that's no good. Alias Unknown says, you're asking, is this pre-assembled? No, it's not. J-Rock, did Georgia win? Is that what you're saying? Beat Auburn? Oh. It had to be some Make-A-Wish thing. Somebody had cancer. Jeez. Oof. All right, there we go. Okay. Oh, Kat says we had 125-foot flight pens with the side tarp. Little interaction when we raise quail. The key is to avoid human contact with the birds. Never done quail hunting. I've done sporting clays where they give you presentations like it's a quail. But Miami's going to lose. Jeez, everybody's... Ohio State had Iowa. Well, there you go. Haven King says, when will we see a Ricado Lego set building stream? I don't know. You're going to have to talk to David about that. Because I don't know. I don't know when that's going to happen. Oh. That'd be funny, though. Sporting clays of rabbits are fun. Sometimes they are. The funny thing is, I'm good at shooting real-life rabbits. I suck at shooting the rabbits when they in sporting clays. And I guess we'll talk about this then, because we got to explain what sporting clays is to some people here. I know some people are like, what sporting clays? So, guys, sporting clays is basically like, think about playing golf with a shotgun. Sporting clays is very much like, it's like trap shooting or skeet shooting. You yell pull, and they will shoot out a clay pigeon, and you have to engage it. Now, the difference is with sporting clays, you're kind of on like you're not on a field. You're usually like kind of like walking through the woods, and you get different places where the things come from your left or they'll come from your right and shoot across, or sometimes they come up over at you and they shoot up over your head and you have to take them down. Or they'll come up from behind you and you're facing out into a field. And then sometimes they do what are called rabbits, and rabbits are clays that bounce across the ground and they fling and they roll sideways like a wheel across the ground. And sometimes they are tough. But that's also a fun event and a fun time because you get to hang out with people. And it's also, once again, a similar thing, just like other events, where it's more of a, you get to hang out and talk, and it's actually a big thing like business, do business work and networking. I've done that where you're trying to meet like a person who might be a client. It's a good event in that regard at times. It's a good event. It's a good way to do things. Depending on where you're at. Obviously, if you're working in New York City, it might not be, but if you're out in, rural Ohio, that might be a way to do it. Okay, I couldn't show that because that was too much finagling to get those to line up. Hmm. There we go. They networked the freak offs in New York City. Yeah, apparently Diddy kept doing freak offs, is what the story or what the allegations are. As Diddy got raided, even after he got raided. Focus. There you go. That's what we just did there. Apparently, Diddy was doing freak offs still after the police raided him, which is fucking insane. I don't know how he could keep doing that stuff. All right, so we need, while these guys dry up. All right. We need to work on the rest of the cowling. We got A8, A7, D12 goes on the bottom. Then we need to get this, this, and this. All right. All right, there we go. H4D1, start off with Oh, that's the that's the frickin' engine. Thing I already painted. So there we go, that. Then we gotta get... Oh, I forgot I pre-painted this and I didn't get all the way done with it. Did he couldn't just turn his freak off? Yes. Did he walked into the doctor and he's like, I want you to take my freak off. It's like, sir, we can't do that. It's like, I don't think you're understanding me. I need my freak off. Okay, so we got number 2s, number 14s, and number 11s. I know one of those is black, but I don't know what the rest of these numbers are. Okay, so number 11s. Okay, number 2 is flat black. Number 11's gull gray. All right. And 14 is red. Rojo, rouge. The rouge, as my people might used to refer to it. Okay, so the red is on these little numbers. 2 is the straights. Okay, and 11 is gray in the middle. Okay, so we just got to do... Wait, where did that go? Oh, right here. Okay. So on this motherfucker, we got to make all those little spokes red. That's not going to be... God, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Holy shit, who am I kidding? Oh, boy. Yes, J-Rock, yes. Did I just say the word gray? Yes. You're like, gray? Did Joe ever have a response to news about his judgment? I guess he's going to talk about it Saturday night. Well, tonight. And, you know, I saw somewhere on the farms, they got a hold of what he said in locals. And, you know, okay. Makes sense. They wanted a shitload of money at the beginning and he didn't want to settle for that much. But, I mean, eventually, after a while, they're going to fucking take it from you. So, I get it. It kind of sucks. So we'll see. I mean, honestly, I think it. You know, it's still, man. You gotta cut your loss, especially when you know your goose is cooked, and they can run up the score on you like that. Yeah, that's a shitty part. But that's why the FDCPA is no fucking joke. Is no joke at all. Okay, where am I using? Where is my? There we go. Ka-chow. Got my old, used to have thinner in it, used it up, cleaned it out, epoxied the cap on, and now we've got a little painting holder. So if you guys ever see it, that's what we're doing. Have I ever done FDCPA stuff? No. I have not. FDCPA stuff is something that's like you have to be very careful when you're doing it. J-Rock does it. And I might, it's something now that I'm a little older and I've have some experience as an attorney. Maybe I'll try to work out with people on doing those things. But it's something I would definitely only be working. It's kind of like doing a civil rights stuff, like the civil rights lawyer does. Like at first, no, I wasn't doing that stuff, but now I might start doing that. I've been doing this for a little while. I feel a little confident, but no, it's a easy thing to fuck up. Got to be on top of your game, chat. Got to be on top of your game. Oh, we got the fucking Subukaki going. Hold on, chat. Where's my gold gray? So, I'll wait for Alyssa to clip the highlights of what Joe says. Well, yeah. You should look in the FCTA stuff. Yeah, the other thing I've thought about getting into is also, believe it or not, is going to be some FOIA stuff. So I was speaking with Matthew Harden, who does a lot of FOIA stuff, and yeah, pale green color. Can I do? What can I substitute? Gold gray. Yeah, this is actually probably closer to gold gray than the dark sea gray. I don't have gold gray, so we're just gonna have to make this work. All right, FOIA sounds like hell to deal with. Yeah, but it's. Yeah, Scam like says Medicare masochist for 20 subs. Yes, let's go. Real quick though, J Rock for 15 subs. And then Barton Bella for 5. Thank you, Bella. And thank you, J Rock, guys. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it very, very much. Keeping this a gray-free neighborhood. It's like the World War II picture where that lady's standing on her porch with a sign above it saying, "Keep moving, grays. This is a green neighborhood." All right. Let's keep going here. What is it going on the Supreme Court? What's going on? Is the Supreme Court going to outspend Joe? No, Joe is trying to get Justice Sotomayor to to get involved with his case in the Second Circuit. Since she rides circuit, she's not going to. And then he's going to have to try to petition for certiorari, which, it's a long shot for everybody. So at least that's the one advantage there when you apply for certiorari. When you're trying to get cert for the Supreme Court, like you've got the same advantage as everybody else. Generally none. So Gray and damn proud. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be proud of being gray. I would never be proud of being gray, man. That'd be rough. All right, hold on. Now we gotta start painting this. Okay, what are we gonna use? This might be a toothpick painting again, chat. What's the story on the grays? Embalmed? Well, it's just when people donate, you go if you're a member, you go from having a green or gray name on your things to a green name on your thing. So it just means we have a lot of members. And we started doing it, and we just realized, by doing this, we're genociding the grays. And we're getting rid of them. We're trying to purge them from our chat by making everybody a member. So that's all it is. It's just all a joke. Embalmed is saying, so non-simps. Okay, well, you said that, not me, but you're also not wrong. You're also not wrong, sir. You're not wrong. Oh. Yes. But yes, we also do special, like every try to do it every week, but sometimes every other week. But we try to do some special things for the member only stuff. But you also get access to the emojis. All right. Sounds like a defamation case. Yes. Better get Nick on it. All right. Okay. We gotta do this. Here we go. Sorry, chat. I gotta do this. I need to concentrate. I need to see where I'm going. So I gotta have this right up in the light. You'll see it in a second. Kimbo says, I'm looking into getting a federal attorney. Well, I hope it's not for anything serious. Like, I hope it's something you're choosing to do. Not like you got indicted or something. Yeah, Local 127, the members union. Okay. But yes, so embalmed. I don't have a problem with the grades. It's not like you guys are Ukrainians. Somebody's saying, my God, get a grip. Well, yes, they should get a grip. They should quit trying to unionize. Salami ukulele. Very true. Very true. Oh, there we go. That's what we got so far. I don't know if that's really gonna. There we go. See if that helps. I don't know if you guys can see that at all. I don't know if you'll be able to notice it till I'm done. And you guys can't tell till I'm done. Do our dues come with paramilitary training? Not yet. Am I going to the gun buyback in Columbus? I wasn't aware there was one. But you know what? I should probably do one of those one day and we live stream it. The only thing that sucks is apparently After they did one in Akron to south of here, they said no more 3D printed guns. But hopefully, like, I'll do one of those in the future. I heard Cleveland might do one this fall. That'll be hilarious because I'll go trade in some 3D printed guns or some pipe shotguns. So, well, they quit doing it because people basically steal all the money that way, and they get really mad when people figure out how to fuck them over. So, you know, gun grabbers hate that when you figure out ways to screw them over. They also hate it because people try to buy up guns outside of the things. And they'll cry and moan. Or one time I knew some guys that were going to one, I think it was up in Toledo, and yeah, it was in Toledo, that's where they went. And they gave me their phone number, and I wasn't able to go, but they were worried in case they got arrested trying to sell, because every once in a while the police will do shit. Yeah, oh, meme, that's not a story. That happens all the time. People print shitloads of them and they make bank off of the government. It's not a oh no, it's not a oh, they just figured something out. It's something they're routinely doing. You could use Just for Men on that airplane. Well, speaking of Just for Men, I saw the thing that Nobody Likes Onions did when they were talking about me, and he's like wondering if I do you know, if I dye my, like, the little section of my mustache and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of funny because I've never heard that claim before, and I think it's somewhat hilarious. Because, like, that's not a bad idea. Seller says you only have to print the lower. Not a lot of times they want you to bring a full gun in. So a lot of places, yeah. Do the Jack Murphy? Hell no. Well, do the Jack Murphy means a couple of things. So I'll pass on that. But anyways, Meme, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope things are going well in Japan. In the land of the Chrysanthemum Empire. Which, if you guys didn't know, that's the royal flower. It's part of their seal for the household. All right. Trying to get some ROP videos done. We're on a little holiday. Ooh, sounds like fun. So, all right, guys, hold on here. Hold on. I think we're there. Okay. That's where we're. Come on, focus. There you go. Okay, so now we just gotta paint the middle. I think we'll be all set. There we go. Yeah, let's see here. Kimbo, I'll see you, man. Well, thank you for taking care. Hope you feel better, Kimbo. You would say ROP, you mean religion of peace videos? Oh. Kat says, what does a person have to do to inherit firearms from a family member? It depends on what state you live in. If you live in like California, yeah, you probably have to go through a transfer process. If you live in a non-shitty state like Ohio, just fucking use them. I mean, there's no rules. It all depends where you live. It's that simple of an answer. It depends on where you live. Because like here in Ohio, I don't have to do shit. If I inherit a gun, I inherit a gun. Oh, you guys are wondering about Nobody Likes Onions? Yeah, he's a whole thing on himself. Because he's been a-logging Aaron, he's been kind of like coming back to some prominence. So, yeah, no big deal. All right. There we go. All right. Milton is basically a funnier Vito. Yeah, but it doesn't mean much because Vito's not a funny guy. J-Rox is really Aaron is a Seal Morning Show. Yeah. Well, see, J-Rock, here's the thing. What you don't understand, J-Rock, is there was a whole nother... Well, actually, this is kind of like one of those maxims of the internet. You aren't the biggest... Like, your universe isn't really that well known to everyone else. Like, not everybody else knows and understands the politics and physics of your universe. So, like, the sector, J-Rock, is big, but it's not the only place in the world. There's also the Dabbleverse. There's also ONA's little bit of the world, Opie Anthony's bit of the world. That's where Aaron comes out of. That's where Chrissy Mayer comes out of. That's where Keanu comes out of, and Gino, and all these other people. They come out of the ONA world and also the Dabbleverse. And Nobody Likes Onions. He kind of came out of that too. And Melton was actually like, back in the day, was like the first guy to really do like the podcasting thing and kind of set the idea you could do this as a living and making money off of it and doing it. I guess even from what I understand, it's kind of like what inspired Joe Rogan to get involved. And it's just like everyone kind of blew him away and left him in his path. So, but yeah, I guess the idea is just that we're not, you're not, your community is not the most biggest or swingingest ones. The Fagiverse. Well, yeah. Well, I'm just saying, it's, I learned this early on, and it's something you have to learn. You're not, no, like, there's very few things where people are like, oh, I know that world and what you're part of and how it's like the biggest and the baddest of the swinging dicks. That's just, that's Internet 101. So just keep that in mind, guys. You're not you're not the biggest fish in the pond. That's all I'll say. All right, there we go. So that's done. Will that focus? There we go. All right. Stop with the extreme stopping. Oh, J-Rock doesn't. J-Rock, what's wrong with Keanu? What part is this? It goes with the engine. And it goes in front of the engine, from what I understand. I think these are a bunch of fuel lines. Mavka's saying if Ashley Benefield gets a new trial, would Murder 2 be back on the table? Probably. I don't know what the prosecutor will do, though. It's up to them. So, what goes in front of the cowboy? Is this a joke? The horse? Maddie's saying it's the intake and exhaust manifolds. I'll take your word for it, because I am not an engine dude. I am not an engine guy. Although, did I just color them? Okay, so D4, DLH. They should be 2 and 11. All right, and I need the cowlings. D12. And that's going to be, what color is this fucker? 3. Where is D as in D's nuts? No. D12. Okay. Johan saying you got some dudes flying supplies down in North Carolina. Tell those guys to be careful, man. Apparently, like, it's dangerous just from, like, all the air flights down there. Cedar Rose says, we're going down to 1 degree centigrade tonight. Well, you're up in Canada, I think. So that makes a little sense. That makes sense. Yeah, he has a car that goes vroom vroom. Yeah, I know, but like I'm like I know enough, but generally speaking, I am mechanically retarded. Like I can understand concepts and things, and I would be able to take things apart and put them back together. It would just take me forever. So like doing the brakes on my car just takes a while just because I go super slow with it. But I can do them. The sheriffs are stealing supplies from people. That has been alleged, and I don't know if I haven't seen proof of that, but it would not surprise me if that's happening. It would not surprise me. So I have to figure out where this fucker goes in the engine compartment. Okay, so where is this going? I don't even understand what the fuck it does. Anyways, we'll get the cowlings out and we'll go from there. All right, we don't need the red anymore. That's where the learning comes from, taking shit apart. Yeah, but I get frustrated pretty easy, so in ADD, so that's the rough part. Oh, Guns and Gadgets and Mr. Guns and Gear were there when it happened. Well, did they film it at all? Because that's kind of like, why not film it? You got fucking cameras on you. But I'll take their word for it, I guess. No. Well, Guns and Gear I will, not Guns and Gadgets, because he was part of the fucking SBR bullshit, faking bullshit stories. So I don't trust that guy. Access, you think Leos would be shot for take? I think Leos would be shot for taking stuff. No, I mean, hell, Agri, you live now in New Orleans. The cops were notorious for confiscating firearms, and the National Guard, not the U.S. military, but National Guard units did too. And then they took them and put them in a big fucking Connex box down in the port. And by the time anybody was ever able to get their shit back, it was all rusted. So who don't trust guns and gear or gadgets? I don't trust I don't trust gadgets because he was fucking around with the whole NFA thing. That's the reason why I SBR'd my pistol brace, because he put out a bunch of bullshit legal information. I don't like that when people do that. So do a video hit on him. I don't need to do that. I already pointed out I thought he was full of shit when I did my felon video where I did the form. I did the form 1 for it. Oh, I need to clean this mouse off. It's got crud all over it. Jarek says this time next month should be interesting. Yeah, less than 30 days, chat. Less than 30 days. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. So, like I said, if you feel like praying, you're the praying type, you might want to make sure you do. I don't think it's going to turn out the way we're hoping. Just saying. Just saying. Panzer Dimps is the third time's the charm. I guess that also includes assassination attempts. All right, so this goes. I'm hoping it turns out good, guys. I'm just, I don't. I just, I'm not I'm not a big hopium guy. I doom a lot. Well, there we go. So that's what that looks like altogether. There we go. DS thing is this Syrian base thing. Yeah, that's all weird too. All right, guys. So I'm trying to figure this out here. So God, of things that want to fucking go together. Save its fucking life. Oh, I see how this is gonna fucking go. It's gonna just be a little fucking whopper dick in here. Okay. Wait, so All right. We got D4. Where's this at? Okay, well, that's a big pin. That's a big pin. Bella's talking about the gunpowder treason and plot. You know, though, the funny thing is, everybody talks about Remember the 5th of November, and it's like, Guy Fawkes is trying to install a Catholic theocracy and remove the monarchy and make it loyal to the Pope. So it's like, I'm okay with that. Guy Fawkes is based, in my opinion, but that's because he was batting for my team. I'm doom-pilled, yeah. I am doom-pilled. But that's how it goes. All right, H1. E. H. Oh, did I... Hold on here, chat. Did I fuck up? Wait, then what the fuck is this thing from? Wait, what the fuck did I pull this bitch off of? That's not the same piece. Where did I get this from, then? Because this is the one they want. This one. How the hell did I do that? I could have sworn I got it out of here. The fuck? What did I just do? No, I didn't forget the paint, and I grabbed something else, I guess. I don't know where the hell that came out of this damn kit. This came out of there. What the fuck did I do? What part did I grab at this point? I don't even know anymore. All right, so this one we're going to just have to paint black and then, yeah, redo everything. Okay, fair enough. Why? We could fix it in post. No, we're just going to do it live, chat. We're doing it live. They gave me a bunk, Pete. Yeah, it feels like I got tricked, chat. Sounds like trickery afoot. Trickery is afoot. The cops must be involved. Okay, so how's this look again? All right. Jordan thinks it's a decoy piece. Yeah. Yeah. How could Trump get away with this? I don't know. So we'll just... Your modeling rights are violated. Better call Barnes. Yes. Barnes, I need you to sue Academy for making this too hard. This violates the ADA. I'm too retarded. There we go. I think we got it all. Let me see. No, almost all of it. Almost everything, chat. Almost everything. There we go. Gotta get these little... There we go. All done. Now I'm just gonna let it dry for a minute. There we go. All right, so that's all drying up. Let's do this. But I think it's kind of ruined. Nah, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. I'd run on cutting the Israel tax. Yes. It's like the song goes, the cheese tax, the cheese tax. It's like, the heaps tax, the heaps tax. Every time you go, you must pay the cheese tax. Okay, so I need to get... All right. All right. Dang, some of these plastics get so annoying the way they don't take paint at times. Anyways, there we go. We got that going. All right. So since we fucked that up, let's see what our next options are. Are you sure those two parts still go on each side of the engine? I don't think so. I don't think so, because here is the engine construction. You've got that. Just those two pieces go in the cowling. There is no more that goes in there. So just that part on the end sits at the back, and I think that's meant to be part of the air intake at the bottom. It's this guy, which is a little weird, but hey, whatever. All right. All right, there's got to be another set of instructions in here that I can look at. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Now I need to figure out what this part was. I've got the full thing here. Cause I got your picture. I'm coming with you. Dear Maria, come in. Yes. Yes. All right. I found it, chat. I found it. Okay. So, sheet G, as in G unit. Look at that one. Okay. Right there. That's the one I did. That's the one we painted together. And then if you go to sheet H, look what it's got. I wonder if that's meant if I do it where the cowling comes off. I wonder if that's why that's there. Let me take a look. Because the G version is a lot beefier than the H version. And I wonder if sometimes that's an option where you could pull open and like have things exposed for parts. But it's not telling me that. It's not saying there's like a substitute. Okay, so wait, where does Yeah, guys, I think that's what it's meant for. The beefier fuel lines and stuff set up. I think that's for if I wanted to do like an exposed cowling or something, where like the cowling's partially off. And you're doing like an engine internal, maybe. It's the only thing I could think of. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it the way it says because I can't fuck it up then. I can't fuck it up. Sean needs some happy little trees inspirational quotes. Yes, you gotta pay the cheese tax every time you're cooking. You have to pay the heat tax every time you're cooking spending. The Israeli tax, the Israeli tax. You guys have never heard the cheese tax song. Those people who make all the dog songs. It's fucking hilarious. The cheese tax, the cheese tax. Any of you guys watch the UFC tonight? No, not tonight. They haven't had a lot of cards I want to watch. Behind the prop, I bet. Yeah. Yes, look at this photograph. You need any instructions like asking for directions? Yeah, well, I do ask for directions sometimes. 17,000 is a tax you owe. We aren't peasants from the 1200s. Yes, Joseph Rogan. Sounds like Rush ruffling the papers. On my formerly nicotine stained fingers. Yes. Yes, with these formerly nicotine stained fingers. Shugi says, I saw the dog video with the cheese tack once. So cute. The pup apparently liked cheese. Dogs love cheese. Cheese is also really good for their coats, just like eggs are. Eggs and cheese are really good for their coats. Okay, so we need to do this other one then in red. Okay, shit balls. All right, I guess we're fucking redoing the red thing again. All right. Dogs like cheese. What is up, fuckers? Yep. Rush is a legend. Yes, he was. I remember listening to him. My dad would be driving around as a kid. Like when he talks about people being a Rush baby. It's like, dude, I was back in the day. Fucking listen to him all the fucking time. Also listen to Garrison Keeler and Prairie Home Companion. I haven't, it's sad he's not on that anymore. Although apparently he liked to get all fucking jiggy with women, so that was his problem. So And people are like, "Oh my God, Sean liked public radio." Yeah, I did. Not like This American Life or Tavis Smiley or any of those people. No, Prairie Home Companion. That was always like a lot of times that was good. You could like sit and on a Saturday night, like sit around and like it was a good way to spend the weekend. Especially when they had good artists on though. Like from what's on like Brad Paisley be on there. Those were always good shows. Or if they were on the road. Like I can only imagine how quick my viewer count's going down right now as I talk. Yeah, in the before times. Oh my god, I'm finishing up these fuel lines. Give me 1 second here. All right. Hear about Garth Brooks? Yeah, Garth Brooks allegedly. We'll see what happens though. Bongino should have got the rush spot. Yeah, I don't know why Buck and whoever the hell it is now have it. Um. Oh, isn't it Clay? Yeah, but having Buck Sexton, fucking CIA boy on there. Yeah, I don't know. Like Jesus Christ. Like, why not just admit Operation Mockingbird was the victor? The CIA won. Just rub it in our faces, I guess. Yeah, Clay, not Clay Aiken. Clay Travis, yeah. All right, there we go. I think this looks a little better. Um, there we go. There we go, chat. Had to work that up, but it'll look good. It'll look good in a second. Oh, Sexton, you mean Ivanka's ex? Yeah. Adam Carolla playing on Dr. Drew was great. Oh yeah, Dr. Drew and Adam's show, that was always good. Never watched it a lot, but when I did watch it, it was always good. All right. So I think that's good for now. Need to repaint the middle. The man show. Yeah, well, old man show. Yes. Like Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla, sure. I remember when Joe Rogan took it over, I was like, who the fuck are these losers? Then you realize like Doug Stanhope was like the most based out of everybody. We're complaining now on why Tony accept you. Oh, what up? Oh, Tony, thank you for sending me that where you did over on Discord. Thank you. Oh yeah, I heard about this. That somebody sent this to me in Discord. Yeah, the company where like a bunch of workers drowned because they were stuck, and the company was like, "Y'all better show up to work. You're fired." It's like when I worked at FedEx, they used to pull that shit too all the time because in Ohio they have like snow emergencies, and sometimes you can't fucking be on the road. And the thing they would always say is, we're never closed. And like, it doesn't matter. It's a level 3. You're an essential worker. And I always got mad about that because I'm like, no, we're not fucking essential workers. That's like people at nurses or firemen, not guys who fucking load like fucking boxes of Yankee Candle or magazines in a trailer. Because that's all we're doing. That's all we're doing at the end of the day. And it was fucking hilarious because that shit would happen all the time. We get like a level 3 and the manager would be like, you don't you worry about it. You guys get in trouble. We'll take care of it for you. And I'm like, no, I knew they fucking wouldn't. Thank God nobody at my building ever got because the cops could like cite you for driving out in the snow when it got too bad. I mean, theoretically, they could arrest you as well. Thank God that never happened, but we all joked we could imagine our building supervisor, like if somebody did ever get arrested, he'd come walk into court and be like, listen, judge, you don't get it. We sort boxes. It's important. And, we would just hope he gets fucking arrested out of it. But they also did that shit. Like, there were times because I worked outside and you're not supposed to bring your cell phone in, but I was really good at sneaking it in and sneaking it out because, they claimed, ultimately it was like a theft prevention issue because if people weren't allowed to bring them in, if they caught you with the phone, there could be a presumption it was stolen. Well, I would bring it in because I'd be sitting outside half the night waiting for them to give me, like they told me to move trailers around the yard. So I'd be sitting there in my little truck playing on my phone. Well, there were times where we'd be outside and we're like in suburban Toledo and I could hear the fucking tornado sirens going off. And I would radio in, hey guys, is there a tornado warning? They're like, no, it's fine. I'm like, I can hear the sirens going off. They're like, oh, don't worry about it. That tornado's like, the warning, it's on the other side of town. And you're like, no, it's not. And you're like, I'm like, and the one time I got caught, like I had to admit I had my phone. I'm like, no, it's not. It's within 5 miles. And then they finally are like, yeah, I guess it is. And all right, we'll stop the sort. Can't hurt our productivity numbers, which they always masturbated about. It's like, I never got a productivity bonus. They did. But yeah, like there are times where shit like that would happen and they're like, I got in trouble for that. And I'm like, I don't like, they got mad at me and they wrote me up and I'm like, write me up. I don't fucking care. I'm not dying for this fucking company. And imagine being stuck in a building like a FedEx sorter when the fucking tornado hits and all that shit goes flying. Man, you'd have people fucking getting killed left and right. So, I know you're all sitting there thinking cool story, but hey, this is my channel, so it is my stories, bro. All right. I think we're set to paint the middle of this, and then we can start assembling. Just took us a little while, chat. Okay. So you guys, Sean would have been a fun coworker to have. Yeah. Ag says it sounds awful. Um, it wasn't too bad overall. It wasn't too bad. It's just like dumb shit would happen. All like except for like that. That was really the only times I ever had a problem with them. The rest of the time, they didn't fuck around with me. If I needed time off for finals, they gave it to me. They never got in the fucking way of it, especially because half the year, like for every finals for every fall semester, is right in the middle of like 2 weeks before Christmas. And that's like the busiest time of the year. And they never gave me shit about taking it off. So I can't shit on them too much. The only really funny part was when I first started, it was like if we went 30 days without any injuries, they do a cookout. Obviously, it's like like nothing special, but it's like okay, well, cool. It's like you just get treated properly, like at break, in the middle of the night, they'd have it fired up and all that, and then after a while, they're like, oh well, cut back, so we not every 30 days, every 90 days, and it became every 120 days. Well, it turns out the guy running our building was just skimming fucking money for himself. So like he was just ripping us off, the workers. It was kind of funny. You're like, funny, funny. Uh, uh, huh. So, all right. So I think we're ready to put this shit on. One more bit of paint. There's also a candle factory a year ago was demolished during a tornado. People were trapped. Yeah. Snow is just frozen water, you fig trees. Well, the cops are going to put you in jail over it. It's a lot more than just snow. Just like FEMA directors. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it was always interesting. Nick stole money from AMA. What? Fuck is AMA? J Rock. I don't know what that is. Means he stole money from Ask Me Anything. If he ripped off Redditors, that's fine because Redditors aren't people. FEMA is asshole. Well, FEMA's always been an asshole. Redditors are reliable for Bernie donations. Yes, they are. Well, without Redditors, Bernie would never get a second lake house. So they have some value to some people. Nick stole money from my 5K gift. Well, that's between you and him, really. Don't worry, it'll be here one day. It's supposed to be, chat. It's just stressful. I bet the 5K gift will be he'll live stream a piano recital. That'll be the best 5K gift ever. Panther Dude saying I should be a snow pro with all that lake effect snow. Well, see, actually, that's not true. That's not true. And I can explain to you why. Because in Ohio, the lake effect only really happens on the eastern side of Cleveland, and that actually hasn't happened the past couple of years. The snow hasn't been too bad. And it's actually very interesting when you're on the eastern counties, they can measure snow based on what happens north of I-90 and south of I-90. And the funny thing is, I-90 runs through most of these counties. So, but no, The snowfalls out here in the east have been relatively minor compared to the traditional years, especially as growing up as a kid. When I lived over in the counties west of Cleveland, we didn't get a ton of snow, and we would always hear about all the massive snowfalls over on the east side. Now the kids on the east side would sometimes have to like have extra days of school because they'd have so many goddamn snow days. But we never got those. So there we go. That's all painted up. But yeah, lake effect snow. And when I lived over in Toledo, you don't get lake effect snow because there's no lake right there for the snow to come through. So, oh, Garrett, yeah, living in central New York or living in like Rochester or Buffalo. Yep. Yep. Brooke says, what time will the piano performance happen? I don't know. I was just throwing out ideas on what could be done for a 5K gift. I'm just putting out ideas. I'm the good idea fairy. So Anna K just tweeted, nobody ever asked what happened to American muscle in the age of electric vehicles. That's pretty fucking based. That's pretty fucking based, actually. Yeah, well, nobody's ever gonna ask because they're just gone. They're gonzo. Am I so? But yeah, it's true. Nobody cares. Like American muscle cars are gone. If everything's on instantaneous, torque. Mr. Sniper, you're asking me I have blood or crip. Neither. Neither. No. Neither. I'm Latin King, black and gold, never fold. Amor de Rey. Go to my kingism classes every week. Got the King Nation, got the 5-point crown. So, Anna's voting MAGA. I could see that. I think she will. I don't know if she said it, but I bet she does. Good for her. Good for her. I wonder if it'd be kind of based if these two things went together, but I don't think that's how that works. We'll just try it like this. Wait, how the fuck? All right, now this thing's starting to kick my ass. Some days I feel like gonna whoop somebody's ass. Oh, I see how this goes. It goes down here like this. Ooh, I gotta chisel out some glue. That needs to get chiseled out for the engine bearing or the engine mounting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, now I know what Major Monroe felt when the French showed up. Yes, I watched Last of the Mohicans. Well, I had it running while I was cleaning the office and cleaning the studio up. You're like, why did I all of a sudden start quoting it? I haven't watched it in a long time. I forgot how dope the soundtrack to that movie is. Daniel Day-Lewis does such a good job. Okay. All right. So now we've got to work on putting this. Okay, now we got to put this all together. Okay. Is this gonna work like that? I'm confused. Oh, I see. Oh, shit, okay. I think this is part of the mounting bracket. I think this goes on, like, right here, chat. This little bad boy goes on like so. There. Because the engine sits like, with that little nubbin sits in here. It sits like this, and it's got a lot of play. But I don't know how that... I think so. I don't know. So, I don't know here, chat. And see, that's the thing here. There's like different setups, and I wonder if it's different cowling styles or something that you could shoot for. So, yeah, I think you can. So, the Hurricanes heading for Orlando? I didn't know there was another one coming. Yes, Jack Doherty did kill his McLaren. Yes, I think it's fucking hilarious. Yes, hold on here. More like Daniel Day-Lewis. No, he's awesome in his roles. Yes, he took method acting so hard he comes out of yeah, he method acts really fucking hard, guys. Yes. Wait, Matty B says check out Runkle. He's gonna fill in for Viva. What? Yes, there will be blood is good. What would your Indian tribe name be called? I don't know. Lung Carabine sounds too good. Robert Gouvet is really good. Yes, Robert Gouvet is great. I like Rob. He's awesome because I'll talk to him like, hey, did you see this or that? He's like, yep, saw it. Or he's like, nope, putting it in my thing now. Kick ban the idiot and the McLaren. Yeah, because if you guys haven't seen it, this is fucking hilarious. You know. If you guys don't know Jack Doherty, he's famous for going around with his bodyguard and he'd like bump into people and try to cause fights. And his bodyguards get in the way. Well, driving his fucking McLaren and he's streaming this. And here
No! Oh, fuck. No, watch out. Oh. Fuck, open the door, open your door. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh, Michael. Are you okay? Holy fuck.
now look how fucked up his dude is. That's the guy filming. That's his cameraman. And that's his McLaren. Oh, Thermo just played this. Well,
fucking car, bro. No fucking way. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's no fucking Michael here. Michael, do you have your film on that phone?
So if his camera guy was smart, he could sue the fucking shit out of Jack Doherty, which I hope he does. He can make a lot of fucking money. So hopefully this guy gets an attorney soon and shakes Jack Doherty down for money, because it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, because Jack Doherty is a real life piece of shit. So he deserves every little bit of bad fortune that comes his way. Especially because he filmed himself fucking texting while driving. So good for him. Good for him.
You guys have anything else you need me to get out of the car? Do you want to take that shit so he doesn't have to? Let him have that. Let him have that. Let him have that. And then we're gonna keep it. Can we go on here? As soon as I heard, I was cut across. Can you come on here on the phone? And just make it look good. Look through it the whole time. Go over Michael.
I mean, listen to him. That's his thing. It's all about the fucking. It's all about the live stream. So, yeah, and his buddy got fucked up. Like, he had to go get a lot of stitches. So, yeah, can't happen to a nicer guy. Hopefully his cameraman sues the fuck out of him, because that'll be epic. L'épique. So, who are these Zoomers? Jack Doherty, he got famous for when he was like a little kid. He would show up to famous like YouTubers' houses and shit and like knock on the door and stuff. Like, that's what he got famous for. That's how Jack Doherty got famous. How is this kid so rich? Because YouTube back in the day, dude, like the amount of subs I had, like if this had been 10 years ago on YouTube, dude, I'd be making so much fucking money. Like, YouTube was fucking crazy back in the day, dude. YouTube was the wild, 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 wild west. That's how this kid is so rich. Because he was like a fucking 9-year-old doing this shit. Yeah, he was doing Vine also. Yeah, he's been around forever. He's been around forever. That's part of his staying power. So it's like people asking, like, well, you know, when old people are like, how did Logan and Jake Paul get so famous? And you're like, well, it's been a long fucking time coming. They've been doing shit forever. Yeah. Yes, back in the day, you could drop a hard R with impunity. Those were the days, yes, when men were men and we were jolly green giants with guns. It's like Full Metal Jacket. Like back when we rotate home, we're gonna have nobody worthy enough to kill. All right, we're gonna try to assemble the cowlings together and see what happens here. Sean V, this dude. What? Thunderdome? Who am I Ving? Yes, these are great days we're living, bros. When I come to Hawaii City to kill dead 1 million NBA gooks. Brooks says, yes. Do you remember the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies? Oh, God. The Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. Those were the days. Everything back in the day. It was like you used to go into 4chan because it was going to be like, if you went to 4chan, you were going to come across somebody like spamming kitty porn. Bet it's a lease car. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, there was COD 4 had some good lobbies, but COD 2 was the best. But just in general, the internet was always great. There's something awful forums. I was never big on those guys. So yes, I'm sure he's dumb enough that he bought it instead of leased it and didn't do the deductions right. But that's because somebody like Jack Doherty's a dumb fucker. You were a FARC guy, never jumped on something awful. I can respect that. All right, let's try this. Is the video of Doherty flipping a house? No. I'm not sure I'd want to watch it. There we go. And we build the cowl up on the outside and then we'll deal with it. The video is true. He lost money on taxes and the realtor's basically scamming him. Well, that's fucking hilarious. I hope it happened like that. I hope it happened just like that. Hodor says tell him to buy a house in Minnesota. That'd be great. That would be good if he bought a house in Minnesota. Minnesota. Oh, Cat's asking about COD. Yes, Call of Duty. Yes. But the real fucking things were like playing Counter-Strike. Those were the real days. Those are the real days when you could have shit go down. People telling Patty Leather to chill. That will never happen. 1.6 was goated. No, 1.6 was awful. That was Source. No, you're talking like 1.5 is probably the pinnacle of Counter-Strike because 1.6 brought the shield, man. No. No, not at all. Yes. Yeah, start round, buy grenade, throw grenade at feet. Well, there was like this one map I used to play where it's like called Dodgeball, and it was like low gravity, and you just chucked grenades at each other. A lot of fun. But now run around the op and fucking dualies, man. That was the thing. That was the thing. And actually, if you could get the op and the fucking USP, you were fucking good to go, bud. That was the thing. I was like the only terrorist that ever used the USP. USP with a fucking just you fucking go balling with that. Fucking just, especially when you're doing like pistols only. The fucking USP was something you could be a savage with. I mean, fuck the Glock and all that shit, man. The USP was where it was at. And I get how this is going to go now. I think. Wait, no, I don't. Will this fit on here? Wait, that makes sense. All right, there we go. We'll let this dry. Counter-Strike and Combat Arms a little later. No, Counter-Strike and Firearms mod. That was the jam. Firearms mod was the mod for men who wanted to be men. That was the real game in town. But yeah, I will say, as far as Source went, though, without Source, we would have no Gary's mod. And without Gary's mod, praise be unto Gary, I think the world would be a horrible place, even more so than it is today. So, I don't know how many Gary's mod people we got in here. There's so much cool shit that came out of that. Oh, that takes me back. That takes me back, dude. So this is weird because I got this other cowling. I'm going to build them both, I guess, and see what I might do with them. All right. Like, this is just so weird here. Oh, shit here. Okay, wait. Wait a minute. There's some shit that's missing here, chat. They skip a fucking step. It's not that I didn't get anything right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, why are we missing steps here? It doesn't show you adding it, though. All right, hold on. Yeah, I don't see I don't see where this part goes in. Like, we've got this part here. Then we got this part, okay. And the way these all set up, but yeah, I just don't. Yeah, hold on. Like, I don't know. This thing's just being fucking difficult. I do think these go in together like this, from what I can tell, because I'm a fucking retard here. Exactly like this. Yeah, this is how I think they have to go. They have to be together. So, but yeah, so you can run faster with your knife. That's what we learned for Counter-Strike. CS remake corporate with 1.0. Jeez. Now you're just being ridiculous. The shielded base, get good, scrub. No. No, it was not. Yeah, that was the other thing, too. Like, for my school, I got it set up so, like, when I was in high school, I put fucking Counter-Strike on every fucking computer in the library and in the computer lab because I got a key generator, and I was just fucking belting out keys for, like, 1.4 and 1.5. It was fucking nice. Because you could do that kind of shit, that bootlegging back in the day. But yeah, that's Gary's Mod's the first game I owned on Steam. Yeah. For the chat room that Zaku Sean got in the anime was in the Mecha Char and a Zeeble pilot in the second half of the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Okay, well, thank you. Hold up, something ain't right. No, we didn't lose a component again. So here's the issue. Chat. Here's where we are. Okay. Why do I even stream on Twitch? Because some people like it. And Twitch has always got a reliable setup of warning people and notifying. Okay. So here's where we are. Obviously, this piece is that piece. This right here, boom, boom. Those pieces are that piece. Perfect. This piece is that piece. Okay? This piece is that piece. All right? This is like the and then this is the front part of the engine cowlings. Without being a retard, there's a second piece of engine cowlings. Now, if we look, we're on instruction number 9. Okay, that's 9. That's where we are. Okay. 10 is for landing gear. We're not going to worry about that right now. Move on to 11. 11 talks about the bombs. 12 talks about the dive flaps, which we're going to do dive flaps fully fucking open. So we're going to fucking paint them up and they're going to look fucking sexy. So we're doing dive flaps fully open 12. And then there's more dive flap instructions here. And we're going to do them. And they're going to look great. They're going to look great, chat. Then you get to number 13. And 13 is the actual front of the engine cowling. Which helps. But it doesn't show how that piece right there is likely this piece. Because if you notice, it's got the protrusion. I'm presuming it's that. So that's what I'm dealing with. I'm trying to figure out how that goes. Okay. So that's where I'm at right now. In case you're wondering. Yes, grays in this gray plastic, chat. Yes, it is my burden to bear, though. There we go. It's a good thing this isn't a Mercatus scene. There would have been more comments about dive flaps being fully open. I know. You like when you go to the gay 90s and you open up your dive flaps. That's what they call it when I go into the bathroom there. Probably something like that. You're like, ah, ack, 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 ack. Is this exact? Well, let's see here. Oh, there we go. This builds off that, which thank God that helps. Because I'd be kind of fucked. All right, there we go. All right. Okay, so we got to put this on. This should be flush. Shouldn't it? Why is it? Hold on here. Well, how's the stream been going for? 2.5 hours. Yeah, we're on a roll right now, Brewberries. How are you doing? How's Bobo doing? Is he doing better? Bobo the doggo. Is he hanging in there? Because, just curious. He's still hanging in there. That's good. He looks like he's fighting. He's a good doggo. What is PD is no. What? Oh. Yeah, New Orleans. Yeah, for sticks. Yeah, that whole thing is that fucking thing. The whole God, that's weird shit, man. Just why is everybody gotta do weird shit? Okay, chat, we're running into a problem here. So here's the deal. This is the top of the windscreen. Or I'm sorry, the control panel right here. Okay, it's supposed to fit inside of this part here. But those two parts, those two plastic uprights, are fixed. And I can't get the cowling to go flush over this. Which is a problem. Because the best I can do is really like that, unless I shove this all the way back, which is where it looks like it's supposed to go. So I've got to start figuring out how to fucking chop some stuff down here. Why do ex-Satanists oh, well, yeah, because he's... Yeah, well, the whole sticks thing is weird, too. He's a Satanist, isn't he? Or was at some point. I think... I always thought the people who worship Satan are fucking weirdos anyway. So you're like, well, it's not the mean Satan. Satan just means not God. I'm like, the what? So what's the difference? Well, Satan just is like, and they don't really have answers for you. It was during his leather jacket, shirtless days. Then he drifted from it. God, I remember those. The internet was such a weird place fucking 8 years ago. Think about it, 2016 was 8 years ago. 2015 was like 9 years ago. So let's see if this helps. There's a good Satan. No, if you talk to the people of the Church of Satan, they act like, well, we don't mean like the bad Satan. There's like a... Actually, Satan wasn't a bad guy. They actually say that shit. So, if you guys notice, I'm taking these things here. What I'm trying to do here and here is focus. I'm on focus. See, what I'm trying to do is take these down so I can slide it farther up the control panel. So, Bo was a good boy. I hope he starts gaining weight again soon. Yeah, just feed him like chicken and rice and cover that shit in butter. Dog's gonna get fat quickly. Dogs can get fat very quickly. Hold on, guys. We're trying to do this shaving thing, and if I try to do it down there where you can see it, I'll cut the piss out of myself. So I'm trying to do it up where I can hold it and see it. Sorry. I'll let you guys see it as I go. So there we go. I shaved down the lugs that are holding that in place. Those guns are glued in there, so it's not a problem. Put your dog on the cornstarch diet. Yeah, that'll do it too. Yeah, Yeah, I forgot. He has diabetes. Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. Feed your dogs meat, weirdos. They are carnivores. I don't disagree with that, but I was saying for dogs sick, chicken and rice is something they can eat that they won't die from. Null did eat cornstarch on stream. Dogs are omnivores. Oh, they don't have to be if they don't want to be. Okay. Oh, come on. Why is this being so fucking difficult? All right. Why is this being so difficult? Wait, should this have gone? How should this have gone then? Oh, come on. I get the feeling, I kind of wonder if it shouldn't be this flush. Because right here, this is flush. But I don't see why that wouldn't be flush. I'm getting, this is getting, and we're gonna have to see some YouTube stuff because I don't know anymore. This is starting to fucking throw me off. And I'm not even tired. I'm just very confused right now. Okay. SBD. Dauntless Academy. Let's see. Full build video. Okay. Hold on here. All right. This is what I'm looking at here, and this is my issue. Okay. So here's the problem. I need this to fit flush. And I don't have this working. Okay. That's my problem. I can't get there right now, and I don't know why I can't. Okay. Yeah, sports cars have gaps in their chassis too. This is not making sense. Because I know the machine guns are visible from the cockpit. So these two little machine gun handles should be visible in the cockpit. I don't fucking break it by doing this. This is not a good fit. What the fuck, Academy? You're supposed to be good at this shit. Is there a... Oh, are you kidding me? That's a bit of an issue. Alright, so that's what I'm looking at here. Okay, so we need to fucking work on this just a hair. It doesn't fake at the Dremel. No, we're not cheating like that. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. We'll fake it till we make it with the frickin' X-Acto. That's how you fake it. An X-Acto and a lighter can fix a lot of problems with a model plane. I learned that from my dad. So it's like pretending like you work for the company who made the plane. There we go. I think we cleaned that up. Let's try it. Who are you guys talking about as short and balding and shit? Okay, there we go. We got everything to fit. I kind of just shove everything in. All right, so you can see the guns inside. So I'm gonna have to paint these real quick. Damn, I got shit everywhere. Okay. What do you guys about Keffels? Short and balding? Are you going to leave tools in the wings? No, this isn't a Boeing job. Iconoclast. My grandpa used to say that, though. If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Although it's funny because when he worked for United, he flew all kinds of shit. He flew all kinds of like McDonnell Douglas stuff. But he was a Boeing guy. You know, the first plane he flew professionally was a Lockheed Constellation. Yeah, those astronauts are going to be up there for a while. Thank God they got supplies. Lucas is taller than Ralph. Yeah, a lot of people would. No, I don't think the astronauts got back yet. They were going to try, but it didn't work. Hold on. Yeah, the Boeing astronauts. Yeah, I don't think they've been brought back. Oh, the Boeing Starliner. Yeah. Yeah, so how long are they going to be in there? Yeah, because they had an abort. They had to abort it back in early September. So they're still up there, from what I understand. They're going to be up there for a while, but they got a lot of supplies. Yeah, the way back is using, they're going to use SpaceX. Are they back? Yeah, early February 2025. Don't I have some sort of roach clips to hold them together? Yeah, but this was sitting right here, so we're using the pliers. And then J Rock earlier gifted 1 sub. J Rock 1 sub. 3 more subs from J Rock. Johan says, International Brotherhood of Greens. 127 dues. Yes. DS says, yo, good evening. Yes, hello. Rob Ford, 77777 is a new member. Thank you, Rob. DS says, is this the Syrian base thing? And DS says, or is this the election? Yes. I don't know. Take your pick. Take your pick. Oh. Let's see here. Is there anybody on right now? Let's pull out of here. Let's see. Switch accounts. Criminal. Hmm. All right, chat. Hold on here. Yeah, I can't figure out what we're doing here with this setup. So, all right. So that just tightened up with some glue. I think this is ready to go on. Oh, I forgot. I gotta paint these fuckers. So much shit to paint. So much shit to paint. All right, let's see here. Also, who else is on right now? Who else is live? Let's see here. Live right now. Oh, let's see. I don't know, guys. Is there anything live you want to see? Because I don't know what's out there. If you tell me, we can go look at it. Hold on here, chat. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Now we got some. Now we're going here. Okay. Why didn't they tell me to fucking paint this earlier? Cause I could have this painted and ready to go before we started, guys. I'm a little upset with the instructions. So can I just go like this and go? Oop. There we go. Is Flashcast on? Is Flash on tonight? Or was he on? There we go. Okay, so that's what we just did up in here. Paint up a little black. Is this? I don't think so. Oh, Tom was streaming tonight. Okay. I thought I was subscribed to Tom. Anyways, there we go, guys. We got that done. Flip it over. It's all blacked out because that's what you're going to see from inside. There we go. Shouldn't it be the zinc? Yeah. No, because it's in the not for the guns, and also that's just to make sure there's shadow in there because I think there's a bit of an issue with this, the way it's set up, the way the model's designed. I just want to maximize like there's no issues of seeing lightness if you're looking in or if it's in a spot where it's a little occluded. I don't want too much coming through light wise, like bright color wise. So we're just gonna do this to remedy these issues. There we go. All right. So like I said, Maddie, it's just the issue of what you can see, what you can't see. Like I did the back of the control panel right there, all black, because if you're gonna look through the grading on this, it's just easier that way. It's like there's no issue about what's going on in there. So there we go. All right, chat, here we go. We're gonna glue this up. Ooh, I almost put that in the blue. That'd have been bad. All right. You take it off, Panzer dude? All right, have a good one, man. There we go. It's on. All right. Oh, there you go. So you guys can see. Front part of the cowling, or the rear cowling, I guess. This is the front part, really. No, guys, there's no. Do a debate with Bronca. Says the radiation in the Van Allen belt will kill anyone attempting to reach Mars. I don't think it. Okay, I doubt Bronca's talked about that. Number one, he's too busy arguing with the Washington gun law guy. So I'll let them have their fun there. I'll let them have that kind of fun. So there we go. Now we got guns on him. We go. Wait, he did? He talked about it? I don't know. How do you know? Like, I don't know if it's. I don't know how you could say for with certainty that's going to happen. If we really went to the moon, they wouldn't lose the tech to do it again. Okay, that's a fair argument. That's a fair argument. You wouldn't just quit possessing the knowledge. I don't disagree. We went through them to the moon. Oh, jeez. Humans that cannot survive the Van Allen radiation belt. You're telling me we can't generate radiation? We can survive the sun's radiation. We can survive massive solar flares. I think we can figure out a way to survive the Van Allen belt. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I bet you get away with generating an electromagnetic field of your own. Yes, they just need to meet up and kiss. That would be the best solution for everyone involved. Yes, let them meet and let doves cry. Oh, come on, you fucker. All right. I spilled a drop of glue, so I got to clean out a panel line, chat. We spilled glue somewhere. We didn't really spill glue. I was being a fucking idiot and got glue on my fingers and touched something like a dumb fuck. So that's going to be fun to clean up when it fully dries. See, we have all kinds of retarded little accidents here. All kinds of retarded little accidents. Come on, focus. There you go. All kinds of retarded little accidents, chat. No, Bob Ross had happy little accidents. I have little retarded ones. Big difference. I mean, that's a little battle damage right there. So now we need to do this thing. Whatever the fuck this is again. Okay, so that locks in like that. When the pin goes through it. Okay. Yeah. There you go. There we go. Guys, there's a line. Did anybody see Israel blew up France's oil port in Lebanon? Well, yeah. Well, also the Russian air bases got struck up there, so it's very interesting. Well, Will's stream has peaked. Oh, come on. Behave yourselves. All right. Okay, so now how does this one go? H4 goes through the pin. Wait, did I do this wrong? Oh, come on. Okay, no, this is not working. Careful, Sean must. Yeah, thank you. We're getting there. Patty, what should be abolished? Oh. Remember gay neighbors from outer space? Yeah. Well, they weren't neighbors. People that annoy you, 30 seconds go. People that annoy you, 15 seconds go. All right. All right, guys, it's going to be the last thing. Holy shit, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Fuck, we've been doing this 3 hours. Let's pull a dark side Phil. Well, chat, we need subs. We don't have subs. I don't know how much longer we can go. All right. There we go. Come on, focus. There you go. All right, whatever. It's not focusing. Come on. All right, guys. I think we're all. We'll try to get as far as we. You know what? We'll go this cowling for a while tonight. I gotta need some subs so I can put on the vest, chat. I'll parachute 90 milligrams, still be able to sleep on time. You gonna visit Boss Man anytime soon? No. Did I watch S2 Underground today? No, I did not. Was it good? Let's see what it is. Let's see what it is here. All right. If you guys have never watched S2 Underground or never heard of them, they are good. Okay. There we go. S2 Underground, guys. Good to watch. Here we go.
Welcome back to the Underground. This is the Intel update, haphazard as it may be, for October 5th, 2024. Really, I'm just going to talk about some of the issues and concerns that I have seen from the Hurricane Helene damage recovery efforts over the past week or so. As many of you may know, I'm not exactly located directly in the middle of the disaster zone, thankfully. I'm a few hours away from it. However, things haven't exactly been entirely peachy this week. I've spent a lot of time with a shovel in my hand, so I've kind of run out of time with regards to tracking a lot of the other international events and things like that. I know there's war kicking off in Lebanon. I know that the Middle East is popping off again, but honestly, I don't really care at the moment when we've got huge problems here in the United States, right here in kind of my neck of the woods. So I'm going to focus on that for a little bit. So today I wanted to do a little bit more of this more disorganized than usual kind of wrap up with regards to the nature of the emergency itself, how serious this is for those of you who may not be following this, along with some of the really rapid fire lessons learned. Right now, everyone's kind of short for time, right? We've got 30 days till the election, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a very peaceful one, to be honest. So we've got a lot of things stacking up, and I don't have enough time to sit down and really, think about doctrine and things like that. So we knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to be busy. So it's not anything out of the ordinary. It's not anything surprising. It's just we're kind of strapped for time now, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that I have learned and some of the considerations that you might want to take moving forward. And I'm going to talk about some of the problems, because I have seen a few problems with regards to this disaster response in the world of radio, and it's just gotten me kind of hot under the collar. So I feel like I need to say something about that sort of stuff. So let's briefly recap the nature of this kind of emergency and why this is such a big deal. Even though hurricanes happen all the time, why is this one such a big deal? Here's why. So mid last week, Hurricane Helene made landfall really on the panhandle of Florida, and then moved almost directly north through Georgia, South Carolina, and into the North Carolina, Tennessee mountains, right in the heartland of Appalachia, right, or southern Appalachia at least. Why is this such a big deal? Well, the entire area really wasn't prepared for it, because this is more along the lines of a 100-year storm, or even maybe a 1,000-year storm. Who knows? All we know is that hurricanes normally impact coastal areas, but in this case, it drove right into the mountains. So we've got a Category 4 hurricane. I think it made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Drove all the way north, right into some areas that are not historically prepared for hurricanes. So what are we talking here? We're talking about a lot of people don't have flood insurance because they don't live in a floodplain, because a flood has never happened in some areas before, or at least history doesn't, record it. So that's one of the major concerns is insurance. A lot of people do not have insurance for floods in some of these regions, because it just wasn't a concern before this sort of thing. So the other reason why this is such a problem is that it didn't hit one area really hard and really specifically. It really hit the whole region kind of at once. So, unlike Katrina, which we kind of all know and think in terms of like, this is a bad hurricane kind of thing. We all think of Katrina, right? Drove straight into New Orleans disaster zone for years, right? Well, unlike that situation where you've got really the main problem centralized in New Orleans, the whole region here is kind of hit. So you may have people say, oh, well, this wasn't as bad as Katrina. Well, yeah, maybe in a point zone, but spread out, if you've got a whole lot of damage spread out throughout the whole region and you've got roads missing, that's a huge, huge problem, right? I'll get to that in a moment. But if you've got a lot of damage spread across the whole region, this rapidly becomes a more serious problem that can't really easily be solved. So a lot of people are saying, the federal government has allocated, more disaster response supplies for Katrina than for the Appalachian zone in terms of things like helicopters. So let's just take the helicopter metric for a minute. Well, if you're flying a lot of helicopters into and out of an area, New Orleans is small. You could fly over New Orleans in a few minutes in a helicopter. Appalachia, man, you might be flying an hour before you hit the people in need. So you're talking about a lot of back and forth. It's just when you don't have a disaster localized, it makes everything harder. And like I mentioned, it's made harder by the fact there are no roads. So it isn't as simple as, we'll just go and repave. Man, I'm telling you, mountains have moved, okay? You're not going to be repaving. You're not going to be putting the roads back. So if you've got a North Carolina road map right now, it ain't going to look the same this time next year. These roads are literally going to have to move probably many miles out of the way. Now, it's not like you could just move the road over and repave. No, the whole side of the mountain's gone. So this is a huge problem for recovery efforts, because it's not like the pavement just kind of slipped away or there's a little bit of sand on the road. No, the road is gone, like it's not there anymore. So this presents a problem. Even you've got places where you've got a 2-lane highway going through an area, and now that road is so missing that you can't even walk where the road was. Like there's no ground there anymore. So this presents a huge problem for recovery too. And again, bringing back in the widespread nature of this, if you live a mile off of a main hard-packed roadway and you can't use a road to get from that, road back to your place or to your street or whatever, it may take you a full day. Okay. Mountains are no joke. So, if you live a couple miles outside of a town, it may take you 10 to 12 miles.
Oh, yes, Joe, this will be an absolutely fucking devastating disaster for Western North Carolina. Like, their entire towns that probably won't exist anymore. Dozens of them. There's probably at least there's at least 1,000 people dead out of this. And we're not going to find all the bodies. There are going to be people that are missing, buried under mud, probably forever.
Miles by foot to get someplace because it's just mountains, right? So again, mountains are no joke. Flooding in mountains is no joke. It is some very serious, very deadly stuff. So this is why this is kind of a big deal. So bad situation, right? You've got a lot of people scattered throughout an area, and they may be only half a mile off a road, but they might as well be on Mars because you can't get to them. So when you're talking about millions and millions of people, this is it doesn't seem like it, but it's a pretty densely populated area. The North Carolina mountains, specifically the areas that are hit, huge tourist spots, for one. But there's also a lot of locals that live there too, right? A lot of manufacturing, a lot of weird factories that only make like one thing, and that one thing that they make is crucial for like the world economy. Like there's a couple of mineral mines up there that really produce the world's supply of, I think, high grade quartz, which is used in the production of pretty much every computer chip on Earth. Well, that mine is now toast, right? You've got Baxter Healthcare up there, right? I've mentioned that in the wire a couple of times. Baxter Healthcare makes almost all of the dialysis supplies for this country at that factory that is now, destroyed completely. They also make, I've seen reports that they make most of the saline IV bags for the country, or, disposable and injectable things like tubing and stuff like that they make there. Hard to say how much of that is actually going to be impacted, but I've gotten a lot of emails from people saying, yeah, we're starting to hoard medical supplies at our facility because we're concerned about the shortage. So again, I don't know how big of a concern that is. Baxter Healthcare doesn't have just that one factory. They've got other factories too. And I know they're pulling out the stops to make sure there's no interruption to supply or anything like that. But again, this is a huge, huge problem. So you see, even if you didn't really care about the people who lived in this region, this is going to affect the world economy in some ways. How, I don't know, but I can tell you that as time goes on, right now we're still in the first order. We're still in the first order effects, right? The immediate things that are going to happen, life, limb, property, those kind of concerns. Over the next couple of weeks, when we shift out of rescue and we shift into recovery, which is actually already happening now, you're going to start identifying the second and third order effects of things that kind of snowball.
Yeah, what's broken? What can't we fix?
How this is going to affect the country and the world at large. So the recovery operations. What's going on here? Well, most of the efforts are volunteer. The feds have kind of slow walked recovery. I don't know how much of it's intentional, but there's been a lot of allegations flinging around, and I just want to state that we have to be very careful to examine the nature of this emergency. You got to remember, this is all volunteer or mostly volunteer. So you've got one person on the ground talking to another person on the ground. That's, just people talking back and forth, issue arises, so on and so forth. There are very few cases, they're starting to emerge now, but there are very few cases where you've got a company saying formally, hey, this fire chief stopped us from delivering supplies. Here's the evidence. What do we do, right? You see Elon Musk kind of getting involved with this with Starlink. We've seen this in a couple of jurisdictions. But in terms of the grand recovery effort, I don't know how much of this is actually happening because, again, our sources are lone individual human beings scattered throughout the area. So, one person in one county can just see nothing but pure, wholesome goodness, right? And just people coming together like the best parts of humanity. That's great. And then a guy, literally 1,000 feet away is having a nightmare, like he's trying to do the right thing. And then people are giving him a hard time. So again, it's really hard to say what is the majority of the response. It becomes a little bit more clear when we talk about FEMA. FEMA being involved has been no help. That is, I think pretty much everyone would kind of agree. They either haven't seen FEMA at all or FEMA has been not helpful. You can even see this with regards to what FEMA has said. You don't even have to be in the area to know that FEMA's, kind of clowning this up. FEMA's telling people to, go online and fill out this form and we'll get back to you in 10 days regarding your, property damage. telling people who just lost their house, they don't have cell signal, they don't have electricity. Telling people to go online and fill out a form is just peak federal government. Anyway, not going to rant on that too hard because people are already having a hard enough time as is. So again, you have to remember the scale of this, right? So considering all the other resources and specifically the National Guard, you have to remember where they're going. So for instance, I know a lot of Guard guys, they've told me they're heading up to Asheville, they're heading up to Boone, they're heading up to some of these larger cities, the Chimney Rock area, Blowing Rock area, places like that, Brevard again. And you have to remember that this is how federal response works. This is how emergency response works in any situation. You're going to send your people, the bulk of your supplies, to a localized hub and then distribute from there. It's easier to do it that way. So you take over an airport, you fly in air supplies on a fixed wing, offload them to helicopters, and those helicopters can spread it out throughout the region. It takes time. So this is why you've got people hopping all over social media saying, "Hey, we've been handing out supplies here for days, and we haven't seen the National Guard at all." It's not that the National Guard isn't there. They've deployed thousands of troops, well, at least several hundred troops that I know of, but allegedly thousands. But they're still distributing themselves throughout the area. Again, a private citizen response will always be faster than government, just hands down. You're not going to get government to respond faster than a local will. That's just the nature of it. So again, for people out there saying, "Oh, the National Guard's not doing anything," that's not true. They are. It's just taking them time. And I agree, it's time we don't have. So again, this is it's kind of hard to explain the nature of things. There's a lot of people very angry. There's a lot of finger pointing back and forth. There's a lot of angst and anxiety going on. But I just want to say, look, it's working its way out. From what I can see here at the wave top level, things are moving in the right direction. Okay, slow progress is better than no progress. It would be nice if we had fast progress. So thank you, especially to all the volunteers out there who are really. This is one of the largest natural disasters, which is primarily being responded to by volunteers, paying out of pocket for the supplies. So this is fantastic. This is good to see. I don't have enough praise for the people working this disaster from that perspective. So again, this is good to see, but it's going to take time, right? And it's very important to understand that when you're looking at social media, you're looking at the issue through a soda straw, right? So you're not really getting the full picture, and it's really hard to get the full picture because there's not a whole lot of leadership coming from any government agency. It's all just passing the buck, which is making it worse. The leadership that I've seen has come from the local municipal level and lower, right? And volunteers, of course. So again, in the absence of a strong authoritative presence, power vacuums occur, people step in and fill the role. So I'm seeing a lot of volunteer groups that are really just taking the lead and just doing whatever they want, right? And they're effective. So again, the nature of the response is very hard to convey, but it is primarily volunteer. And I think that people are very surprised by this because one of the only reasons why any government in the history of humanity has ever existed is to protect their citizens, right? That's the number one reason why a government anywhere in the world exists, is that's to protect their citizens. It's largely not happening from the feds side of things, and the people are being helped mostly by volunteers. So keeping all of that in perspective, you've got to remember that as the feds get more involved, as FEMA gets more involved, as the federal agencies get involved, anytime a military asset, National Guard or active duty, it's the same kind of problem, right? Whenever a federal agency comes in or a military group comes in, they're going to try to improve things. They're going to try to increase the efficiency, but more importantly for them, they're going to try to increase the hierarchy and the chain of command kind of thing. So that they can more centrally plan the rescue efforts. There's arguments for and against it in a disaster zone. I personally, and I think most of the people who are volunteering right now, are in the perspective of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if volunteer groups are doing their own thing, leave them alone, and you can help other people in other ways. And vice versa. So there are definitely parallel rescue efforts going on here. It's not as efficient, sure, But you've got a lot of groups which are just kind of sidestepping government. They're sidestepping the state. They're sidestepping the feds. They're sidestepping local authorities sometimes. And they're doing their own thing, and they're doing good. Again, in the wrong hands, this can result in a lot of chaos and kind of inefficiencies, and it can make problems worse in some situations. But I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a lot of companies and a lot of individuals with trucks and helicopters actually doing a much, much better job than anyone could have expected. So again, like I wrote in the wire, the average hillbilly with a pickup truck is punching well above their weight. They're doing so much more in terms of recovery assistance than an entire federal agency is. So again, we're talking about comparing apples and oranges here, but it's very, very important for me to talk 20 minutes about the nature of this, because it's going to become important for later. Because let me tell you something, this ain't the last time this is going to happen. And people are learning. People are learning now. They're asking questions. Why are we paying taxes for this kind of thing? Why do we even have a government if they're not going to help us, kind of thing? So again, don't want to go down that rabbit hole for now, but I'm telling you, the questions are being asked, and they're not being asked in people's minds. They're being asked verbally, why are you even here, kind of thing. So again, it's kind of a mess. So yeah, sorry, this is kind of a long-winded way to explain the complexities of what's going on the ground. This is not like any disaster that I have ever seen in terms of the complexity of what's going on. You've got people sharing, horrific footage. Let me tell you something. The horrors of disaster response, there are some universal truths to that, and the gruesome parts of disaster recovery are definitely one of those commonalities. No matter what the disaster is, you're going to have horrific stuff. You're going to see a lot of horrific stuff.
This is a little different.
However, in this case, it's
this
unique
shit is like
because
amped up.
this is the largest disaster that I think has ever been responded to at scale, remember, by purely volunteers, or mostly volunteers. In some areas, the government is nowhere to be seen. It's only volunteers. And in some areas, it's mostly government. So again, it's just a mess. There's no way for me to really kind of wrap things up in a neat little bow and explain like the kind of intricacies that are going on. You can even see my map here is a garbage map. I'm having to overlay the power outage map on top of my other map. Why is that? Well, because even the feds don't have maps. There are mapping teams right now that are going out and trying to get aerial photography and LiDAR scans of the region, because even the feds don't have maps of the damage. So again, this is how basic we're having to go back to, with regards to the disaster response. It's we're having to start from scratch in a lot of places. So that's pretty much all I have for the actual disaster itself. I'm sorry that I can't be that helpful with regards to details on the ground, because, well, details are changing so fast that by the time I say something, it's already obsolete, right? So I'm just going to kind of stick at the wavetop level and kind of talk about the overall considerations for response, because I think that's where the most value is in my position. Watching this on YouTube, right? This is going to be probably the most benefit for most of you. Me talking about which roads are closed, that's going to help the locals, but it isn't going to help all of you, or most of you at least. So again, keeping things at wavetop level, let's move over to some of the other things that have kind of come up with regards to radio. Me being in kind of the unique situation that I'm in, I can talk about radio and some of the considerations that have come up. I will do much more dedicated content on this later. I just think that for now, I need to get this out because this is super important, and this is really kind of it's kind of got me heated quite a bit. So let's talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly with regards to radio in this crisis. So first of all, the good. There have been very, very, very good things being done by all of the formalized emergency radio nets out in Western North Carolina, Eastern Tennessee, and some in South Carolina as well that have been activated. Same thing in Florida and in Georgia. Right now, most of the hardest hit areas in Western North Carolina and some sections of Tennessee that kind of fall in the same sort of sphere, right, with regards to radio. So the guys running those nets out there, there's just a whole list of names and a whole list of nets. Fantastic work. I have seen nothing but fantastic work from these guys. We'll come back to that in a moment, but I just wanted to get the good out of the way. These things, these cheap analog handheld UHF VHF radios that you can program in the field and charge in the field, these are saving lives. Okay, I don't know how much more clearly to put it.
One of these bad boys, chat. One of these bad boys. Get a couple of them. Get a good old whip antenna on it. Get a good old antenna on it. Never a bad idea. See? I can even grab 100.7 on a clean one. I can grab this really far away. So, get one. Never a bad idea. Get a couple. Faraday cage these fuckers.
There needs to be an understanding, though, of when this is going to be helpful, though. And I will have much more dedicated content on that later. But for now, I wanted to just highlight the importance of these, okay? I would really, really like if we had some higher quality, cheaper radios, but it's just so... The Baofeng debate has gone on for years, and I'm really just getting tired of wading into the weeds with it. Anyway, these things are useful if you understand their role. If you don't understand their role, you might waste your money buying one. But if you understand the use and the role these have, you're golden, right? You can't replace. There's nothing better, right? So that out of the way, let's move on to some of the room for improvement. And I think a lot of the room for improvement comes from within the realm of HF radio. This is kind of why I haven't pushed the GhostNet stuff really hard during this disaster, because it's a decentralized net. You have to understand the nature of radio. That's hard to convey. So give me a moment and please bear with me. The GhostNet is a good tool. It seems to work, but you got to remember it's not tied into any agency. It's a decentralized network. It's coordinated, but it's decentralized. So emergency nets need to be tied into like a government resource, which is why I haven't encouraged people to kind of prioritize the GhostNet. No, there are things like Aries and some of the other agencies and amateur radio stuff that uses radio more in conjunction with federal groups, right? So there's that. The GhostNet is a good resource, though, for taking some of the pressure off those. So if you want to do a little bit of rumor control, share some information regarding what's going on in an area, the GhostNet is good for that. But, calling for help on the GhostNet it's decentralized. So who's going to hear you? Somebody might hear you and you might get lucky, but it's like, I think we're asking too much of it, to be honest. Especially considering there are other radio efforts. So I don't want to pull any traffic from the.
Joe, you're asking, is he sponsored? No, he's not sponsored. Nope, he's a former intelligence guy in the military who, just kind of teaches basic things. His channel's called S2 Underground, and it's hold on here. This is his channel. S2 Underground. It's really good. He's got all kinds of videos. He talks about... Now, he does all these things called The Wire, just like intelligence updates. But he will talk about... he talks about, using encrypted radio programs. He actually goes through quite a bit of... Well, he was involved in drone targeting. He explains how that works. Just how you can use the GhostNet thing he's talking about that he's helping try to organize. There's a bunch of... So you do some playlists? Yeah, okay, so... He does, source reliability, analytics, analyzing things. Like this one here, it's like how would you camouflage from drones? How to hide from drones under the clouds? Changing a pattern of life, because he was involved in dealing with that. Passive threats. He talks about how to do some safe houses, stuff like that. It's all pretty good. It's all pretty good. It's all good stuff.
From the emergency nets, if somebody's got one radio, and this isn't an HF radio, but if you got one radio and they can only tune to one frequency or two frequencies, I don't want them to be I don't want to encourage them to kind of go away from the emergency stuff. That's like real world emergency stuff, and just go on the ghost net, which is more of an informal information sharing net. But some people have. I've talked to a couple of guys who are looking for people, trying to find anybody local, and I was able to, tell them that the town they were looking for somebody in is fine. So it's real world. It's not a toy. This is real world use. It's just with a decentralized net. If you're trying to get federal help, that's probably not the best use for that. But anyway, more on that later. So that's kind of the bad. There are some room for improvements with regards to radio. Understanding the perspective is everything. And that is the hardest thing for hams to convey, because what are hams going to do? They're going to go to what they know, which is radio, and not understand that there are other options out there, like satellite communicators. Okay, satellite communicators, Starlink, SATCOMs have saved lives. I don't know if I'm not going to say they've saved more lives than radio, but in the grand scheme of things, they have saved lives. So having a satellite communicator or something like this, Starlink, I'm going to have a whole series of videos, not just one, but a whole series of videos on Starlink and how to implement it. But again, we're talking apples and oranges here, right?
Yeah.
You can't compare this
Starlink
handheld radio to
has been
Starlink. It's
amazing in
just not
helping
the same
people
thing. You're going to use it for
throughout
different
this.
reasons. So if you're going to say, oh, get a Quansheng or some kind of Baofeng instead of a Starlink or instead of a satellite communicator, I already know you're off on the wrong foot, and that's just bad advice. So again, everything has a use, everything has a perspective.
Well, it also get a Baofeng. Sure, Baofeng's fucking $20. Put your money into a Starlink though, because an activated Starlink is worth fucking gold right now. I can tell you that much. An activated Starlink out there is worth its weight in gold. Because guess what? The satellites are still running. So, yes, you can do both. And I think that's a good combination. A Starlink and a Baofeng, and you're fucking invincible in this situation.
Understanding when to use what is important. HF radio is for strategic comms in and out of the region. Okay, you're not going to be sharing life-saving information over HF radio usually. This you might. If you've got one of these, you can hit a local emergency repeater if you know what it is, or you can scan and find out what it is. So there's that. But mostly, these right here, the benefit for these is not even really to deal with any ham stuff, but just interpersonal communications between team members. That's like the main use for this. That's why you can go with options that are more like digital or something like that, to kind of keep hams out of your way sometimes, because that has become a problem. So again, we've got these kinds of radios. We've got radio saving lives. We've got Starlink saving lives. We've got that kind of good stuff going on. We've got great work being done by emergency nets out here. A lot of the net control guys doing absolute fantastic work. There are room for improvement. Number one is understand the perspective of radio and when to use it and when to use which tool. That's room for improvement, I think. So we can move on from there. Let's wrap things up with the ugly. This is a topic I would like to do a 4 to 6 hour rant on, but I will spare your guys' time, and I will approach the topic with as much decorum as I could possibly manage. But you also have to remember, I'm in a unique spot, right? I do a lot of content on ham radio. I developed the GhostNet, the HF Radio Net, so I've kind of got feet in the radio world, but I'm also not an influencer. Okay, so I don't have my call sign out there. I'm obviously privacy minded. I have very serious reservations about some things in radio, and one of them is that call sign. And I just don't think it's a very swell idea to put your real name and your home address on the internet via that call sign, which is public record. So let's talk about that for a minute, because I have seen some very, very shameful and disgraceful behavior from hams over the past few days, and I just wanted to kind of highlight that and highlight the way moving forward, because this is a big issue, and I've kind of got to be in my bonnet now with regards to it. And I'm not going to make a whole lot of friends in the ham world with this, but Many of you may know, so let me just start with this, that ham radio requires a license to use. However, during an emergency situation where life, limb, or property is impacted, there's a cutout clause. So you do not need a license to transmit in an emergency. You may have heard this instinctively a lot. So here it is. In Part 97, this regulation right here is a cutout to allow people to use radio to save life, limb, or property. Okay. And I have seen this over the past few days out west.
Okay. And I have heard this too. The fucking local ham radio operators are acting like fucking dickheads. And that's not cool. Apparently, they're acting like big fucking assholes and giving shit and hampering people who are trying to use the radio nets to save their lives. And that's one of the biggest problems with ham radio is the ham radio guys. The fucking sad hams. The fucking boomer ham radio operators are just fucking everything up. At least that's the way I've been told.
Net Control being awesome dudes because they're trying to, you've got somebody hop up on the repeater and say, hey, look, my kids need drinking water. Like we're hungry here. We need some help. Or we're at this location. We've got 15 people here. We need to evacuate. Good. No, I'm sorry. I don't have a license. Net Control has said nothing about it. Fine. We'll get you some help. This is great. Good on Net Control for that. I want to stress that right up front. But I've also seen some very bad behavior from hams. People trying to break into some nets, to some repeaters, saying, hey, look, I need some help here. I'm sorry I don't have a license, but this is bad. And people trying to shout them down for using a repeater without a license. Absolutely disgraceful. This is something that I don't think a whole lot of hams out there will touch because they don't want to talk about the negative culture in ham radio. But I have hit my limit. I have hit my limit with this kind of garbage.
What's your call?
This is not good. And let me explain that you can go onto Reddit, the cancerous hellhole that Reddit normally is, and you can see a lot of bad messages from ham radio. But let me just get it right out of there. Look, ham radio's got some problems. And when I'm sitting there listening to Dan on the repeater out there managing this crisis, and every 5 minutes he's trying to say, hey, look, guys, if you've got help, if you need help, this is an emergency, key up. Don't worry about a license. You can transmit, hit us up and we'll help you. He's doing that constantly. And a lot of other dudes are doing that too. The fact they have to do that's a shame. The fact they have to say, yeah, this is an emergency so you can transmit is shameful. So all the hams out there who are so absolutely obsessed with that license, I have to pose a question for you. How thirsty and how hungry does a child have to be for a disaster to be declared and for somebody to key this mic right here? How much blood do I have to lose before I can click this mic like this? Okay, that's a question I have to have. And here's another thing. It may be a minority. It may be not that many people out there, but I can tell you it's a pretty good chunk of the ham radio hobby. And I'll take it a step further, okay? Life, limb, property, fine. You may say, oh, well, our ham group here, our ham radio club, we, of course, pass emergency traffic. Okay, fine. That's good. You should do that because that's the rules the FCC says. So congratulations for following the rules as they stand. Most hams wouldn't. Most hams conveniently leave that stuff out. They leave out that emergency clause because they want to gatekeep their hobby so hard and prevent people from actually getting help.
That's true.
Again, absolutely
Hams
detestable behavior.
But
let me take it a step further.
Sad
okay,
hams.
you may be a ham out there. You may have a ham club. You may have a group or some kind of organization or something like that. How many of you, just a question, just posing a question, how many of you will talk to somebody in a time of need where it's not immediate life, limb, or property, but they need somebody to talk to? How many of you people are going to key up and talk to that guy or let that guy on your repeater who is tired, they've lost their house, they've lost some of their family members, and they need somebody to talk to, okay? How many of you are going to talk to them because they don't have a license?
A lot of hams won't.
And how many of you are going to shun the other hams who don't talk to that guy? We have got problems, ladies and gentlemen. We have got some serious problems in ham radio, and it makes me sick to my stomach. Many of you have been able to read between the lines a lot of the content that I've made about the unique cultural problems of radio. I can phrase it just as kindly and politely as I can to kind of avoid stepping on toes. Oh man, I have seen some bad behavior on this thing right here the past few days. I've seen some good behavior, absolutely heroic and perfectly altruistic behavior. But from some hams, oh my goodness, I have seen some very bad stuff. So this goes beyond emergency use, right? This goes beyond this kind of thing. So with handheld radio, it's a little bit easier because everybody and their cousins got one of these, and they're using it without a license, and the hams are just fuming about that. But it's what people are doing. They're everywhere. They're able to use these things too. Handheld radio is a different thing. HF radio is a whole other ball game though, because well, your range is farther for one, and it's just a different culture altogether. But let me tell you something, man. I have gotten messages from people talking about, well, this person didn't use their call sign properly, or they're hopping on JS8 call without a call sign, or it's not proper. Yeah, okay. You know what? No, I do not tolerate that. I do not tolerate that whatsoever. We have gotten problems, so much so that if you are hopping on Reddit to make a post about how we've had unlicensed people call in for help and the net control has handled it well, a license should be so far away from any of this disaster response stuff that it's not even a consideration. We're not even going to ask. Maybe ask for a call sign if they have one, just so that the person taking the emergency report knows who they're talking to and they don't get people mixed up. That's fine. Okay, good. But hams are just so obsessed with that call sign, that license, that magic piece of paper from the government because they memorized some test answers. For most hams, that is more important than human life itself, and that disgusts me to my core. It makes me want to say much more serious things than that, and it makes me want to take another step further and say, look, what are we going to do about this? Okay, so let's talk solutions. I know you guys don't want to hear me rant and rave about this stuff, but I'm sorry, I have really hit my limit. You guys know I don't get angry very often, but this radio stuff with
I've
this
been
call
hearing
sign
about this
business,
for days now.
I'm past the end of my rope on that. So
I've heard about a lot of
let's
these
talk
stories.
solutions. Let's be practical here. Solutions. Number one, do what you need to do. Okay, if you've got, it's not a problem with these kinds of radios, but because these are really just line of sight things. But look, man, if you got to use a resource, use a resource. Okay, that's the easy part, and I think most hams, begrudgingly, most hams would agree with that because that's the rules. The rules they so love so dearly, more than their own name. That's right there in those regulations. So thing one, you can always use a radio in a disaster, in an emergency. You don't need to wait for a net control to tell you it's enough of an emergency to transmit. Do it anyway if you need to, okay? Mm-hmm. Thing two, we need to change this culture right now. I do not have time to sit here and type on my computer a nice eloquent and politely worded discussion on this ham radio stuff. We need to change this culture now.
Yes,
we need to start pushing back
out
against this obsession within ham radio with regards to licenses. We really do need to start pushing back against that. We need to start asking people, why do you have your ham radio call sign embroidered on every piece of clothing you own?
Ham radio operators are fucking cancerous. If you don't have a thing, they freak the fuck out. They like to engage in well, you're not licensed, and they call it a sport of fox hunting, where they will go around with a radar direction finder and they'll try to find you if you're out broadcasting in an area. It's like, I'm doing this out here in like my county where I live, and they found out about it. They'd be trying to fucking hunt me down to turn me over to the FCC to fuck with me. And yes, I've heard these stories, and I'm glad I'm not the only one hearing about them, that people are on these, breaking in on these radio nets saying, help us, please, we're dying. What's your call sign? I don't have one. You shouldn't be on the radio net. Like, think about how fucking gay that sounds. Think about how fucking gay and AIDSy that is. Help us, we're dying. What's your boomer call sign? We're dying. Well, can't help you. Sorry. Get off the internet. Get off the radio net. Like, they're literally doing that. They are literally fucking doing that. They're called sad hams for a reason. They're fucking insufferable people. Absolute fucking cancer. Absolute cancer. Sorry, anyway, as he was saying. They're uber gay. Yeah, they've done it for decades. Yes. Ham radio community is fucking awful. Yeah, they triangulate people. If you go on the ham frequencies and fuck around enough, they will come. They think they're doing a service. Bunch of dumb fuck boomers. So, Angela, what's happening? Ham radios, high frequency radios, like where you need a license to transmit on them. People are using them throughout North Carolina and Tennessee in an emergency without a license, and the licensed radio operators are treating them like shit, running them off the radio nets and screaming at them that they're breaking the law. Like their families are literally like they're running out of food and water, and they need to try to save people. And these boomer fucks in the ham radio community, it's called amateur radio. If you ever see people drive around, their license plate is it's a specific series of letters and numbers. Those are ham operators. And Johan, I understand you're saying it's only like 10% of them, but they're the only 10% who are vocal, and everybody else just doesn't fucking tell them to fuck off. That's the problem. That's the problem here. Yes, but sad hams. Sad hams.
Why is that call sign on a bumper sticker on your car? Why is that call sign, those 4 or those 6 letters, why is that important, more important than your children's names? Okay, we need to start pushing back against that stuff. We need to start I honestly think that shame and embarrassment is about the only way forward with this, to change this culture. Now, we can have a discussion about the regulations, changing the regulations or whatever further on. But I can tell you right now that people being scared to transmit without a license, that should enter into no one's mind at all. And it's such a problem that net control is having to remind people that it's okay to transmit in an emergency. Disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And I'm ashamed with myself for letting this culture go on for so long and not doing what I can to talk about it. I get it if people have business relationships with ham radio groups and they have these sorts of kind of influencer relationships with companies, and they don't want to stir the pot too much, and they don't want to, use strong language as much as they can because they want to make peace with people. Okay, that's fine. But the very minute that you're criticizing someone for using a radio net to get water for their kid, you are the enemy of the American people, and you are an embarrassment to humanity. Okay? I have had enough of this, and we have to stop this. So, how do we do it? What do we do now? What do we do? Well, one, we remind people of the rules. Okay? This is the thing one. Easy. Use radio in an emergency. Okay? And we also have to start normalizing the embarrassment of the obsession with call signs. And this can just start with a question like, look, you've got your ham radio call sign on everything you own. Why? You've got your ham radio call sign in your LinkedIn profile. Are you working in the field of radio? Is this crucial for your job or something like that? Or maybe, something like that? Then why? We need to make people feel awkward. We need to make people feel embarrassed for plastering that call sign over everything. That's the first step to cultural change, right? We got to remember, why did the government stop requiring CB licenses back in the day? Why did they do that? Because people stopped getting them.
Hey, Shortgrass, what are you saying? Oh, just finished up a painting session on a Gunpla contest build. Well, I don't know if you saw this earlier. Soon, as somebody sent me, we are going to start doing I'm going to join the Gunpla world. So, we'll be doing a mobile suit soon. So, yeah. It's funny because it's the opposite in Mexico. It's all cartel chatter. Yes. Yeah. Don't go on ham radio in Mexico. It's all run by the cartels. Stay off the ham radio net in Mexico, chat. Best model kits out there. Well, thanks. Good. I'm glad. I think Jolly Jake Level sent it in to me. Thank you very much. I'm a weeaboo now. Well, I was already a wereaboo, so it's okay. And Johan's saying the big problem is the no-code hams and the old guard hams are at odds. Yeah. Although I still think one night coming up on locals, or actually maybe I'll just do it on Rumble. We'll do I'll take the ham test. We'll see if I can study for the ham test and pass it. I know it's easy. Maddie says, I've driven around trolling these types and infuriates them. Yes. Yes, it pisses them off. They're funny to mess with. So, Pokati says a wereaboo, like WEHR, like you're a fan of the Wehrmacht, the German army. So, anyways, we're going to keep watching this real quick.
Civil disobedience. People stopped getting the CB licenses, so the FCC said, well, we're just not going to issue CB licenses anymore, and they did that to save face. So again, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying the first step towards eventually maybe encouraging civil disobedience in the future is to start asking the questions, okay? Why is it that if I wanted to volunteer, if I know radio and I wanted to volunteer, why is it that all of the problems within radio come from hams, okay? Why is that? Why is it that unlicensed guys aren't causing problems, but the hams are? This elitism, when people are starving and they're dehydrating to death out there, this has got to stop, and it's got to stop right now, okay? I can't do much about it, but I can get on YouTube and rant and rave about it, and hopefully enough people will see this to realize this is a problem. You know, just asking these questions, you know, in a polite and respectful way, that might do something. I don't know, but I just see this obsession with this licensing and this call sign issue becoming a huge problem. And I can't stand it. I can't stand it any longer. So I'm sorry if I've upset a lot of people, but I hope I've upset the right kind of people. And you're motivated to try to work this along multiple avenues of approach. Advocacy is largely just not a thing you see in ham radio. The groups that are out there that are doing advocacy work for the ham radio community, they're not approaching it from a free speech perspective. They're just not really. Mostly, they're basically, they lose a court case, they're like, well, you know, please government, may I have another kind of attitude and approach to this sort of thing. So again, we've got to change this culture because I can't bear to listen to some of this stuff any longer. Okay. It's beyond a problem, and it is into a societal problem. It's not just a problem with a hobby. So I wish I could just not stir the pot. I wish I could just not say anything, and this would just, I could slowly work on content to alleviate these problems. But I have reached my limit, and you guys know how rare this is. So that should show you how serious this problem is. Now, again, how much of a problem it is. In terms of people being shunned by hams for reporting an emergency, thankfully that's rare. It does happen, though. I've heard it myself. I wish I had recorded it, you know. But anyway, it has happened. It does happen. So it's definitely a real thing. In terms of really what the bigger concerns are, I think, because those guys are obviously violating the rules. Okay, it's like, look, what's your call sign, bro? I'm going to report you to the FCC for stepping on emergency traffic. It's a two-way street, right? So that's easily handled, right? You really have a hard time justifying stepping on emergency traffic, even unlicensed, because the rules allow that, right? So you're wrong right out of the gate. But the next step, the biggest problem that I see is people saying, okay, well, you've transmitted for long enough. I guess we've gotten you help, so, you know, F off kind of thing. This is my repeater. That's the kind of stuff that's a problem, okay? That's the kind of stuff that's becoming a problem. Oh, well, I'm not going to talk to you. I can't talk to you. You've reported your emergency, so I have fulfilled my obligation to the FCC regulations, but I'm not going to talk to you because the emergency is no longer life or death. So, sorry, you can't transmit anymore. That kind of behavior, nope, don't fly with me no more. And it's this little nebulous gray area, which is why I think a lot of hams don't want to get involved. I think they'd just rather say, be cool about it, you know, don't say anything. let the guy transmit, let the guy talk. If the guy's having a hard time and he's unlicensed, let him talk, let him, handle it with respect and decorum, right? But the fact that other hams are getting bent out of shape about the license during an emergency, I can't stand it. I cannot stand it any longer, and we've got to change this. So again, what can I say? Advocacy is really the only way forward at the moment. You can remind people of the rules. If somebody's trying to transmit in an emergency and somebody's stepping all over them, they're in the wrong for that. 2, we can start pushing back and we can start asking hams what is so important. Start having the questions, start having the answers. And I don't have all the answers, but start asking the questions. Why is it your call sign is plastered all over everything you own? Why is it that you don't even, like, you tell people your name, but your call sign comes first? Like, why is it when you go to a ham radio convention, it's just 4 and 6 character groups all over the place? Why? Okay. Why is there such the obsession with this? We can start by asking the question. There ain't nothing wrong with asking a question, right? And I'm asking that question. Okay. And I feel like I can, because I'm in this unique spot. So I can say a lot of things that a lot of other hams may not want to say or feel like they can say in the public sphere with this size of audience, right? But again, I can't bite my tongue any longer. And not only do I not have any tolerance anymore for people not letting people transmit in an emergency, okay, that is unacceptable. But also unacceptable is the culture that got us here. Okay, the culture that got us here, me not stepping up and saying, this is wrong, we got to change this sooner. Okay, because by the time we're at a point to where a net control guy, like I said, has to say, okay, it's enough of an emergency now, you can transmit, unacceptable. This is not good. Again, I applaud the net control guys for doing that, but the fact that net control guy has to do that because he knows people are not going to transmit because they're terrified the FCC is going to come for them. The boogeyman from the government is going to come get them for doing this. Okay. The fact that net control guy knows the obsession with that license. Yeah. Unacceptable. So people like me, or at least I'm going to try, because of my unique role, I'm going to try to do what I can to approach this topic with more decorum. And we're going to muscle this issue. I'm not going to stop talking about it now. If I lose every friend I got in ham radio, I don't care. But I'm going to try to be the advocate that doesn't seem to exist right now with regards to questioning why we are so obsessed with licenses in ham radio. Okay, I am not a team of 300 lawyers. I have no funding to dedicate to this, but I got a voice and I'm going to use it. So that's what I plan to do. And I encourage everyone else out there to start asking these questions. Okay. I don't think that we're at the point to where civil disobedience would do a whole lot of good, if you know what I'm trying to say. It may, but I don't think it'll do that much good. At least on like HF or something like that. I think it's probably just going to draw more ire because there's just too many hams with a lot of money to spend and a lot of time and cause a lot of problems than not. So again, we're starting from scratch here, but we got to start somewhere. So, yeah, that's my rant on this. Rant over, I guess. I'm sorry, you guys know I hate doing this. I apologize a million times, but I gotta say something. I can't stand by any longer. And let this become a problem. So again, know the rules, know the regulations, and know when to break them. Okay? Even though the rules do allow for emergency use, know when to talk to that guy that's lost his house and he's on the repeater and he just needs somebody to talk to. So for all the hams out there, okay, who may have stuck around this far, I question this. Why is it that the Second Amendment community, why is it that the gun guys out there despise the ATF and everything they do? Okay,
Stabby,
but you guys
my gun?
can't be bothered to even slightly disagree with the FCC.
That's your joke.
Why is that?
You're trolling.
Why is it when I go over to the Second Amendment crowd, they are doing everything they possibly can, everything from civil disobedience to just saying I do what I want, doing all this kind of stuff with the ATF, okay, with gun laws and things like that. The Second Amendment is an absolute. Why is it that
What's his
is
channel? Hold
applied
on.
there? But
this guy's channel is S2 Underground. This guy's channel is S2 Underground. S2 is the military designation for an intelligence section. The -2, so like S2, G2, that means intelligence section. There you go. That's where he is. You can find him here on YouTube. And now I lost where the fuck we are.
disagree with the FCC. Okay, why is that? Why is it when I go over to the Second Amendment crowd, they are doing everything they possibly can, everything from civil disobedience to just saying I do what I want.
No, I
all this
know,
kind of stuff
Stabby.
with
I'm in
ATF,
Discord. I don't see what the fuck you did,
with
man.
gun laws and things like that. The Second Amendment is an absolute. Why is it that is applied there, but the First Amendment's not applied to radio? Why is it that during an emergency I'm even told radio is a privilege? Why is that? Why? As far as I'm concerned, the electromagnetic spectrum is a gift from God, and it is for all humans to use. Okay, but that's my own opinion, and that is a very unpopular opinion throughout radio to have. It really is. Now, there's nuance there. Okay, commercialism, band allocations, the finite resource, fine. We can debate that later. But when people are on the ground and they need water, I ain't gonna have it. Okay, so again, advocacy, more getting serious about this, getting serious about opposing the hams, making them feel ashamed at the Thanksgiving dinner table. That kind of thing is really the only way that I have open forward. And I would definitely look forward to some more coherent, less ranty ideas for any of you out there who might have stuff, because I am not the only one who has seen this. I'm not the only one who has noticed these problems. I'm not the only one who's been having these problems. And I think a lot of you out there are way smarter than me, and you may have some solutions for this. All I can do is tell you the problems, voice my frustrations, and say, look, we got to do better. So let's end on a positive note, shall we? Let's strive to do better. Let's do what we can to improve the world around us. And if we're involved in the field of radio, let's do it that way too. So again, thank you all for sticking with me. I know that this isn't really a great one today, but I feel like this is a very important thing to talk about, considering the context of things that are going to be more serious. Because I can tell you this is a horrific disaster, but we may be looking at harder times than this in the very near future. So again, now's the time for looking forward, looking to the future, and taking pride in the fact that we can change things for the better. There are a lot of people doing very, very good work. There are a lot of people, even within the field of radio, who are doing a very, very good.
Okay, well, there we go. So that's it, guys. Yeah. Shit's going to get out of hand soon. So. All right, guys. So this is the actual engine cowling for the engine, which we have right here. And we've got it going. There we go. How about that? Look at that, chat. You're going to see it through the cowling. It's going to look gnarly. So, ooh, I'm going to have to paint back here, because I think that'll show up in the light. I'll also have to put a little black paint back here in the back. So, then we got that installed. We got the radio antenna installed. I'll work on getting this. I'll probably work on this tonight or tomorrow morning. I don't know, some point. I don't know when I get some free time tomorrow. Work on probably putting the cowling together all the way. So, what is UHF radio? Not a handheld radio, like a ham radio? Oh, that could cost you like $1,000. Yeah. Like a good radio, like a ham radio could be a lot of money, man. Ham radio could be a lot of money. So, um, that's it for tonight, guys. We're gonna catch up later. So, yeah, S2 Underground is a channel, guys. So, anyways, guys, that is it for tonight. Like I said, I will see you guys later. And yeah. Um, yeah. Good night, everybody. Take care. Have a great day. See you guys. Good night.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick hated yelled at? Why, yes it was.